All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is July 5th, 2016, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim here in New York City, Commissioner Ford is in our Albany office, staff in attendance is General Counsel Flug, CEO Bryan, and myself, Acting Secretary Held. The next meeting dates in July are set for the 19th and the 26th. There are two meetings back to back. The first meeting date in August is going to be the 16th. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available at our other office locations. Items will be called and the orders are signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. Chairman, do you have any announcements?
I do not.
Oh, that's great. And then we're just going to jump right into this. As a matter of courtesy, please turn off your cell phones. The first item on today's calendar in Buffalo is 1549. Tony Monroe, sorry.
My name is Tony Monroe.
Good morning, my name is Robert Heil. I'm the consultant for Tony Monroe, who is applying for an off-premise liquor license. Small store, about 500 square feet, with the closest retail store over 11 miles away.
When you say closest is 11 miles away, you're talking about a package store that sells both liquor and wine, right? Because we do have a couple of stores within 4 miles, two of them within 4 miles that sell wine.
Those, yes, correct. Those are wholesale licenses?
Is that
right?
accurate?
Or both of them?
I think
sorry.
one is a wholesale, the other's not, is it?
One's a W, one's a WA.
WA. Let me just look it up.
That's a satellite store for a winery.
Okay. Are you going to be engaging in internet sales?
No,
So your retail space is 416 square feet?
yes.
Jackie, oh, when you're done with that, is that entrance legal too?
Store?
Yeah.
Steps. 3 steps?
Yeah.
We've done it in the past.
It was, that
Lot
was a
of
place
places.
that was out. Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're going to take 2 minutes.
Okay. Taking a short recess.
Carrie, we'll call you. All right, just to clarify that, the understanding that we have is that there is a wine store within 3.9 miles. That's not a full liquor store, but it is a wine store.
Correct.
Is your information different than that?
No, it's a satellite to a winery is what I understand.
That's one of them. There's two stores. There's Peter Glenn's. The Highland Cellars is the wine satellite store. Then there's one called Seneca Hayes Wine Cellars, which is just the wine store.
Is that correct, or do you have different information?
Seneca Hayes, we have listed as a W, which would be a winery.
It's not
a wine
not
store.
winery, it's a wine store.
Okay.
All right.
So what kind of percentage mix are you going to have wine and liquor? Wine and liquors. Between wine and liquors.
Probably about 50-50. You know, they're located in the heart of the Finger Lakes, so they're in a wine region. So they'll be carrying many of the wines that are also available from the local wineries, but then they'll have an international selection as well. And then, you know, it's not a very large store, so there's not a tremendous amount of floor space.
But that's why I was asking what percentage mix does she plan to? You haven't thought this through?
We have thought it through. So, you know, originally the plan was about 50-50 mix between wine and liquor. Unless you're thinking more liquor.
Well, it was at some point probably more liquor because we.
She's
didn't
now
have the
telling me she's leaning
wineries.
more towards liquor, so probably 75-25.
Okay.
All right.
Let me just say, Commissioner, do you have any questions?
I see that the closest wine and spirit stores, both of them are almost 12 miles away. Is that correct? Am I reading that correctly? You have
Yes.
Spirits, yes.
spirits, Water Street Wine and Spirits, and Landmark Wine and Spirits are both like 11.7 miles away. Who is this Our Town Rocks that has written a nice letter of support for you?
They're a support group in Dundee that handle all the, take care of all the businesses in the school, outside activities, and they do.
They're just an organization that helps promote local businesses in the area.
Yeah.
Is that what they do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything
Yeah.
else?
Oh,
I have no more questions.
Oh, what's the order?
same, I guess. Just
Okay.
I think same is probably the way to go. All right. So the reason why I was asking that question is that the wine sales in the area closest to you aren't looking very good. Even the winery satellite store has had significant decrease from 2012. When you look at Seneca Hayes Wine Cellars, which is a small store, 3.9 miles away, that's also had significant decrease since 2013, when it reached its peak at 117,000. Last year it was at 75,000. Highland Cellars was at 338 in 2012, and now it was down to 234. So I don't know what's going on, but it seems as if wine sales in your area, immediate area, there really isn't a demand for it, even if it's the location is in the center of Finger Lakes. And then the fourth closest as well has decreasing sales. Now the closest liquor store, the store selling liquor, has had significant increase, but that's because also they have 4,000 square feet, and they're probably dominating the liquor sales in the area. So in my opinion, I don't see the need for a small 400 square foot store that's going to come in and offer nothing that's going to distinguish it in terms of the product mix. So I vote to deny.
Well, it's, again, we're looking at a small 400 square foot store that the nearest store that somebody could buy liquor at is 12 miles away. So it does offer convenience. There was a store right in town, licensed back in the 80s, that closed in around 2013 for some management issues or something that they did. So there was a liquor store in this market that served the community well, and it did well. As far as product mix, it's difficult to predict exactly what the people will want until they open. So being in a wine area, you know, it was our assumption that wine sales might be strong, but again, we can change our floor plan to adjust to what the people want, but keeping them from having to drive 12 miles in one direction to buy spirits versus, you know,
The
again,
problem,
like you said, that store is having an increase in sales.
we
So
actually
the
received
spirits,
we actually received a letter of protest, and unfortunately, the person's handwriting is nearly illegible, so I can't
No, I
read
would
it
say
all
that's
out.
completely illegible.
It's, well, but the first 2 points they made was that the last store and then I can't read the town, but they mentioned it for 2 stores, it seems, in the area. They both closed as well for lack of, and I can't read that word, but services or whatever that is. So and I don't know which stores they're referring to based on this, but even without that, my decision stands.
So I would vote to approve, just given the distance to the nearest liquor store, which, as you point out, is 11.4 miles. The next closest liquor store is 11.7 miles. Commissioner Kim's right, the sales have gone down, at least with the two the 2 nearest wine stores, but I think there is a convenience and advantage to having a liquor store less than 10 miles away. So I'd vote to approve, given the size as well. It's only 450 feet.
It's your first chance to break a tie.
No, I voted against the chairman once before, so maybe I owe him one this time, but.
No,
I'm
you
going
don't.
I'm gonna vote to approve also. Dundee's a pretty rural area. I'm fairly familiar with it. And the Water Street wines and liquors, I mean, they've been increasing, so I think there might be a public need that might be served by having a spirit store there in Dundee. And then that letter that you mentioned, Commissioner Kim, I was trying to read that too over the weekend, and they're talking about Dundee, but they say they closed for lack of business. I think that's what he says, but I don't think this person could know that. Could be poor management. Who knows what it could be? So I vote to approve.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
you.
1495, RBT 16 LLC.
Members of the board, Attorney Anthony Pecoraro.
Gregory Frank Herzog.
Good morning.
Morning.
Location was highly problematic.
Are you aware of the history there, I'm assuming?
Yes, I am. We both are.
And you're basically setting up the same type of situation?
No, sir, not at all.
Well, how's it different?
The last bar was more of a college oriented bar with video games and whatnot. This is more of a family oriented bar that we're focusing, my client's going to focus on food versus the alcohol.
And live music and karaoke and DJ and jukeboxes?
Only once in a while. Live music, maybe twice a week. Jukebox, yes, if people don't like the music that we have on DMX or things of that nature. Karaoke is just part of the live music, that's all. Just something to give the neighborhood something a little fun.
Do you know the previous licensee in any capacity?
Not personally, no, sir.
Through other friends
No.
or contacts? You just know of them?
You know of them too.
Oh, just through media and things of that nature. I heard over the news, people talking about it, things of that nature.
Do you have a security plan?
Yes, I do.
Can you share it?
Sure. I just plan on hiring New York State approved security guards and only having them maybe once or twice on the weekends, but it's more that family oriented restaurant side of it where I'm hoping not to have security whatsoever. But in the beginning to have it just to say that we have it and people feel comfortable.
Do you know the landlord personally?
Not personally, just from talking with him and renting the space out now.
How did you find out about this place?
I used to work across the street back in the 90s at a place called Stimulants Cafe, and the bar was always there. Over the past few years, I moved to Vegas, and when I moved back, the incident had happened. And when I've been looking for places, this one just seemed to be the proper place to open. I mean, I knew of the incident, but not for what I want to do has nothing to do with as a college bar itself.
Well, when I talked about the history, the incident is only one part of that history. Are you aware of the other stuff that was going on there with the intermingled interests and everything?
No, sir. No, that's the first I've ever heard of it.
So Norman Habib, Jeffrey Basil, they have absolutely nothing to do with your business?
No, sir.
Is there any, you're involved in this by yourself? There's no other partners or anything?
No, sir. Just me.
Landlord has no interest.
Nope.
Is there live music an integral part of this business model?
No, sir. It's really because it's kind of like a country western type theme. It's just having local bands. It's really more acoustic than anything else, just to give happy hour crowd, dinner crowd, just something to kind of listen to instead of just the radio.
And what
Or
are your
jukebox.
hours? What are your hours?
Right now we're playing from 12 p.m. noon to 2 a.m.
Wants live music twice a week.
Every day?
Not 2 a.m. pretty much every day. 12 p.m. pretty much on weekends for college football, the Bills, Sabres games, things of that nature. But it may change and be at 4 o'clock in the afternoon for happy hour, maybe.
Oh, no, the
12.
closing time is what I'm worried about, not so much your opening.
Yeah, 2 a.m. is, if we close earlier because of slowness, then we'll close. But 2 a.m. will be the longest I want to stay open.
And how far are you from the SUNY Buffalo campus, the Main Street campus?
I would say 5 blocks.
What are you doing about underage drinking?
I will have security in place. I will have all my employees will be tip trained and certified by the state. Myself included, will be making sure that everyone is of age.
Scanners?
Security was only there 2 nights a week, if that.
Yeah, I don't plan really having an issue with security itself. I mean, yes, underage will be coming in with family, things of that nature, before 10 o'clock. After 10 o'clock, I plan on having security, a scanner at the door, everyone walking around, making sure everyone is of age, and then, politely asked after 10 o'clock before, after they eat or anything like that, that they'll be asked to leave.
Frankly, the way you have that system set up, after 10 o'clock, you're going to have security checking for ID. So anyone, college kids who come in at 9, they'll just be able to walk in and they're going to be mingling with everybody else.
Anyone who's being served will be asked to have ID. It's a program that we did out in Las Vegas, and it worked extremely well at Gillies of Las Vegas and at Treasure Island. After 10 o'clock, no underage kids were allowed in. It's just something I think could really work.
So after 10 o'clock, you won't let anybody underage even into the premise?
No, sir.
And you're going to remove everyone else who's already in there before 10 o'clock, who's under 21 as well? How are you going to do that?
They'll just be, if they're done eating, then everyone will just be asked to leave. Anyone who is underage.
How do you know if they're underage if you haven't checked them coming in? You're going to walk around and ask everybody?
Most likely, yes. But most of them will be ID'd at the bar or at a table if they're trying to buy a drink.
Right,
So
but do you see
everyone
where I'm
will know
going?
who
You're
they
5
are.
blocks from SUNY Buffalo. This location has had a terrible history of underage and everything else that's gone with it. And the system you're putting into place is a recipe, I think, for disaster if you're allowing people in. At 10 o'clock, you stop people, like the college kids are going to get that as soon as they hear 10 o'clock, they're not going to be allowed in. They're going to come in at 9:30. And you're not going to be able to know who's college and who's not. If you're doing it just based on looks, then that doesn't work in a place with 100 people. You're not going to go around after 10 o'clock asking everybody for their ID at that time. So if you want to have some kind of, and you're allowing dancing here, you're allowing live music, I mean, this place is exactly, that's the method of operation that caused a revocation and a name stop and a premise stop on this location in the first place. Do you understand our concern?
I do see your concern, but everyone will be ID'd when they, not walk through the door, but when they sit down, they will be ID'd and to make sure that they are of age if they are going to buy an alcoholic drink. Like I said, it's more of a family-oriented place. I understand that the college kids are going to come in later at night, and I understand that, but it's really for the neighborhood and it's for the community, trying to build something better in that area than it always has been.
But if it's a family place, I mean, staying open till 2 a.m. with dancing and live music, I don't necessarily think that's a family place.
Well, there's always family places that have live music that I go to.
So
that-
2 a.m.?
Not 2 a.m. exactly, but.
Well, if you're telling me that you're going to be a family-oriented restaurant, then I think closing at midnight on weekends and at 11 on weekdays is totally reasonable.
And I'm sitting here, and my major concern is the dancing, karaoke, and DJ. I mean, I don't see this as a family-orientated restaurant with those things involved.
Then I have no problems with removing karaoke and dancing and the DJs.
I mean, the live music, if you're telling me it's acoustic, I get that, but
Yes, sir.
and that's mostly because of what's gone on here in the past. I mean, it's been a problem, and you're right, like Commissioner Kim said, you're smack dab in the middle of a college neighborhood. I lived in that neighborhood for 2 years.
Commissioner Ford, do you have anything?
Yeah, you're kind of close to South Campus there, so, and again, you know, that's led to previous instances at this establishment. You're also amongst a whole bunch of homes and stuff like that too. So I would have a little concern about that. As Commissioner Kim has stated with the other thing about the ID, how do you distinguish? Do you ID everyone when they walk in the door? I mean, I've been to some places that have restaurants that have family type of restaurants that have drinking that they wear wristbands or something like that to ID who is underage or something like that. It would consider something like that. That way you don't have to go around at the end of the night saying, you gotta go, you gotta go. That's not good for your business.
No, very true. And after you saying that, I would do something of that nature, yes. Wristbands is a very good idea. I didn't even
I
think
just
of
feel
that,
like
I'm sorry.
everything just changes. First security's only going to be there 2 nights a week. Now security's walking around after 10 o'clock. Suddenly, there's wristband and music is an integral. I don't know what, even if this license was granted right now, what licensing would put down as the exact method of operation of what's going to be there because it's changing every minute.
Well, that's because we're asking them to.
Well, but what is the real intended method here? Is there a real intended method, or is the intended method to just walk out of here with a license?
Right.
Not any clear vision of how this business is going to
So
operate.
let me get to the point of council. Let me get to the crux of council's point. You're saying that you want to be a family-oriented restaurant with a Western theme, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So how about this? Given the history of this location, given the method of operation you had currently proposed with the security plan that is so similar to what was going on here previously, that it would just almost lead to similar issues, I would say, you said get rid of the DJ, you said get rid of the karaoke. What else did you say? What was the other?
Dancing.
Oh, getting rid of the dancing. You're going to have security in place every day? you said?
I didn't plan on having it every day at night. I was just on weekends because I knew weekends were busier. That's about it.
Okay. So you start IDing people coming in at, well, I mean, so it's a restaurant, right? That's what you're telling me? So then, who's the gentleman who just showed up next to you?
Good morning, Commissioner Kim,
Oh, sorry.
Deputy
You
Commissioner.
surprised me.
Time to get Commissioner Kim some glasses, I think.
You surprised me out of nowhere, yes.
Chairman, if you would indulge me just for a moment. As you and Commissioner Ford have pointed out, the proximity of this premises to the south campus of the University at Buffalo, but I want you to be aware that the Student Government Association at UB charters buses on weekends to bring students from the north campus to the south campus. So I would simply encourage you to explore more with this applicant what he will put in place to deal with large influxes of students who may be coming from the north campus to this North Buffalo campus area.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we need a better security plan in place at the door with scanners, with security. And then I think in the beginning with the hours too. If you're going to be a restaurant, I would restrict the hours. And then a year later, maybe you can come back.
So can
Sorry.
you have a response to that or no?
Yeah, I after thinking about it, talking and listening, I would restrict the hours to 12, 1 o'clock, somewhere in that nature. I just think because there's nothing late in that area for food besides Jim's Steakout, and I plan on having food that nobody has ever seen in Western New York.
No one has ever seen this food?
No, sir. This
You
is
have soups and salads and sandwiches.
I see a chicken breast sandwich. I'm not.
It's Buffalo staple food with a southern twist. So you have chicken wings there, smoked, then grilled, deep fried afterwards. You have sandwiches that are on a normal Buffalo staple sandwich, but they're more of a po' boy type situation.
Okay.
A lot of brisket, a lot of smoked foods.
You know, New York City, I just have to say we probably have all of that. But in your area, if you're saying you're going to be unique, like I said, I would get rid of, like, what you agreed to, the DJ, not the live music, the DJ, karaoke, 12 p.m. on weekends, 11 a.m. on weekdays, and then the security plan where everyone's getting ID'd and scanned at the door, and maybe it's the a wristband system. And I don't want to tell you exactly what the system is. You should actually be telling me, but the idea of identifying people at the door, a large influx of students coming over, and when you say this is the only place with food, that might attract the college students even more, and then the risk of underage sales goes up even higher. So.
Understandable. Right next door is the Steer on Main Street, 2 blocks away, and they have the same thing. They're open for lunches at, I believe, 11 or 12, and they're open till 4 a.m., and their security doesn't get on staff until 10 or 11 o'clock at night. I've been in there, and no one gets ID'd whatsoever, unless you're sitting at the table or the bar trying to order a drink. And that's kind of what I was going for. But as of now, I would say I would have everyone being wristbanded, ID'd, right when we open.
Right when you
I was just going
open.
with the same type of security
That's
as other
great.
bars.
Wristbands have been extremely problematic before and discouraged by the members.
Yeah, I don't care about the wristbands. I care about there's technology out there now. I've seen it myself with scanners that is almost foolproof, and that's what I recommend you get. And
Yes,
then, so I would require a scanner, and then you're going to have to continue to ID once they're in there. But I mean, and the reason we're paying so much attention to this is because of the place's history. It's obviously been problematic in the past, and we're trying to avoid that problem again.
Right, and I don't want that problem anymore. I'm trying to make it better than what it has been for many years.
Okay, what,
Okay, so I'll approve under those conditions, no DJ, no karaoke, 11 PM close on Sunday through Wednesday, then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you can stay open till midnight. You have a top-of-the-line scanner at the door and one at the bar as well to make sure you're getting them coming in as well at the bar. And then a year later, you can come back and we can see where you are with the hours.
so the live music, I'll vote to approve on those stipulations, and the live music you said will only be acoustic?
It would be, I mean, mostly acoustic. I do plan on having like, you know, a grand opening in the parking lot, you know, with live bands, with the national headliners that I have worked for in the past. But other than that,
You
inside,
can't,
no.
you can't, you didn't, what we're approving isn't licensing your parking lot.
Okay.
So I don't know what the band is gonna, what are they gonna wave to the cars as they go by? I don't,
That would be a separate request.
That's a separate
for this
request, huh?
board. At this point, that was just talk at this point.
Sorry.
okay. All right, I'll approve under those conditions and the additional condition that there's no promoters.
Yes.
Commissioner Ford?
I concur, I agree, I approve, under the same conditions.
Okay. Good luck.
I think
Thank
you
you.
have a chance
Thank you very
to
much.
turn this place around a little bit and give it a little better reputation, so good luck.
Thank you, and that's what I tried to do, yes.
Okay. 1550, Winkler and Samuels.
Morning. I'm Kevin Hayes. I'm an agent for the managing member, and I'm also listed as the contact on the application.
And I'm Melissa Winkler.
We are applying for a retail store license for a portion of the premises being leased. It's currently under construction at 500 Seneca. There are no retail licenses within, as of the date of our application, there were no retail licenses within 500 feet. From what I understand, in a different suite in the building, the craft distillery, Tommy Rotter, changed their licensing. They have a retail license only for their own spirits. This license is for a wine store only. It's really targeting like a white collar class, and Melissa is a certified sommelier.
Okay, let me just, are there any protesters there?
Yes, there's opposition present.
Can we hear from them?
He said it was his, so.
Yeah.
Good morning. I'm Clifford Boncory. I'm Yasser's CPA.
Yasser on it.
Okay.
Did you want to say something in opposition?
Yes, I drafted, Yasser drafted a letter with my help. Yasser's been there since 2007. He is, from the proposed new licensee, he's 0.5 miles. There's two other stores that have opened since 2011, which are 0.8 and 0.9 miles. So within 0.9 miles, this would be the fourth location
0.9 miles from who?
from Yasser's store.
But they're not 0.9 miles. What are those stores? Do you know the name of them?
Yes, it's in the letter. Buffalo Metro Wine and Liquor Stores, 881 William. That one is 0.9 miles
From your friend's store though, not from this location.
from my client, yes.
Okay, and the other one?
Sunrise Liquor Store, 118 William Street. That one's 0.8 miles.
You know, and that they've been open. I don't know how long the first one was open, but Sunrise has been open for years.
Since 2011. The other one's 2010.
Okay.
This one here, the proposed one, was 0.5 miles from Yasser's location.
Yes. Okay.
It's a 1 minute drive. 1 minute drive.
Anything else?
Well, Yasser's been in the community for a long time. It's a very impoverished community, and he's tried to do the best possible with a grocery store and a liquor store at his location at 279 Jefferson. The numbers have decreased by, the sales of his liquor store have decreased since these two new stores have opened by 34% in 4 years.
Well, you're aware they're not selling liquor, the applicants?
Well, Yasser does sell wine and liquor.
But he knows they're just a wine store.
Well, we just learned that now, but in the business, wine is the higher margin product.
I understand. Is he since he just found that out, he's not familiar with their business plan either, correct?
We have no knowledge of any of that.
Does he sell high-end wines, collectible wines?
No.
Okay.
But the one of our points is the very impoverished area. There's a lot of speculation on what's going to happen in the future, but at this time, very impoverished.
I understand that, but I think you'll hear from the applicants that they're not trying to attract his customer base, but we'll let them speak.
Does that preclude them from selling just the basic wine?
We'll have to find out.
Okay. That's it for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, one other point. We also have been in contact with the city of Buffalo because he leases his store. We attempted to purchase 3 vacant lots and build a new store, and what we heard from Darius Pigeon, who's the common council member for this area, is they're not interested in rezoning anything for liquor stores. So he's sort of stuck in a position that he cannot improve his storefront or build a new one. So that's just additional information.
He can always move to another location as well, right? But I'm just saying he can.
He could, yes.
That's all.
Excuse me, were you saying that he can't rebuild or do anything, expand at his existing location? Is that what you meant?
We haven't pursued that at this point. We were trying to purchase some land adjacent to this property, 3 vacant properties, just vacant land on Jefferson, which is very low cost, maybe $10,000 for three properties.
When
And
you say adjacent, do you mean like next door or a block away or what?
right next door.
Okay.
There's a church on one side, so we're limited to going the other direction, which is far enough away from his liquor store. But according to what the councilman said, is we can purchase the property, but the common council will never rezone it for his business.
All right. And that's not an issue that's before us today, right? So.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Commissioner Edmonds, can I ask you a question, please? Somewhere.
Yes.
Oh, do you know if we had denied or canceled any licenses in this immediate area? I seem to recall that there was one. We're looking it up, but.
I am not aware of one.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
I'm sorry, I cannot speak to that. I'm not aware of any canceled licenses either. I just want to tie onto the one point. I don't believe most of the storefront construction is relevant to this license, but I do want to confirm we are properly zoned for this operation. I'd also say that this is the first time we've heard of opposition, and we are going after a completely different clientele and business program. We will not sell liquor, and we are selling to and not to an impoverished clientele. In fact, we are going after the new residential influx in this Larkin district and the white-collar workers in that area as well. Melissa, who is going to be managing day-to-day operations, is a certified sommelier, so it is a different sort of educated consumer that we are targeting.
We will not be selling any commercial wines, so nothing that he would be selling in his store.
So you're going to make the representation today that you will not sell any wine that he's selling in his store today?
Yes, it would be cheaper wine, so Barefoot, Sutter Homes, we will not ever sell that.
So can you explain to us what you will be selling?
Higher end wines, more boutique wines, so family run operations, old world and new world, but smaller producers at a higher price point.
And where does the higher price point start?
It starts at around $20 and then goes up from there.
Have you been into Mr. Ahmed's store?
No.
But you're confident that you won't be selling anything he's selling, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wow, that's very confident. So I'm happy to approve this license with the stipulation that Mr. Ahmed's going to give you a list of the wines that he sells, and you just can't sell those, and everything else. I mean, you seem very. I think because you're a certified sommelier, you'll be able to figure this out pretty quickly, and so I'll approve under those stipulations.
Do you plan on doing internet sales?
No, we do not.
So you're just under this model, just hoping to attract. Is there a clientele for this in Buffalo?
Yes. The location that we're in is 300 square feet, 300,000 square feet of residential and company space.
Okay. All right, I'll approve as well under Commissioner Kim's stipulation. Are you okay with that?
Yes, absolutely.
So they're going to deliver to you a list of the wines that they are currently stocking, and you just can't sell those.
That's fine.
Commissioner Ford?
I approve under the same conditions.
Okay, great. Good luck. And Mr. Ahmed, it's in your interest to get that list over to them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no other matters in Buffalo.
Thanks, Michelle. Albany 1568D. Salutes of Utica
There is a public convenience and advantage.
was carried over for them to appear.
Yes.
Licensee is here.
What's the number, Jackie, again?
1568D.
Oh, D, not B.
Can the licensee state their name on the record?
Jose Colon.
Thank you.
So, sir, I'm trying to understand. You had a fire at your
Yes.
location, and then your license was burned in the fire?
Yes, it was hanging on the wall. Yep.
Okay, so it got burned, and then somehow you reopened?
No, I never reopened. Yeah, I'm still closed. I'm waiting on insurance.
Okay, so since the fire, you have not reopened, correct?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And then when your license burned and everything went down, you didn't notify the SLA?
No, because they didn't let me. It was being investigated because it was an arson. And they didn't let me in the building, but I should have called. It's not an excuse or anything, but I didn't have anything physical. To give you.
Are you renewing the license?
I planned on it, but insurance is taking so long. I might have to reapply.
License expired 6/30.
I don't have anything.
No, I don't have anything. All right. So it expired. So what do we do in this case?
What do you want to do?
I just want to start with a clean slate.
Still canceled.
Yeah. It's still waiting. I could afford it,
Right,
but
so even if
by the time the insurance it's been
So
a
do we
year and a half
cancel it?
already, and I'm still
If he
going
doesn't
through
wanna-
stuff with them.
Oh, no, I know, but if he doesn't want to reapply, we should just cancel it. Are you going to have you decided if you're going to reapply or not?
Yeah, I plan on rebuilding as soon as I get paid from the insurance, but it's been a year and a half already, and I'm still going through the process with my lawyers and stuff with the insurance companies.
Okay. But the question is, are you going to renew or are you going to reapply? Because if
Oh,
you're
I'm
going
gonna
to,
re-
if
yeah,
you're
I'm
not
gonna
going to renew,
reapply.
I'm going to cancel it.
Yeah, I want to reapply, actually, yeah, because it's gonna take me a while. There's no sense of paying if it's gonna take another year, you know?
Okay.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so I'll cancel
I'll cancel and bond.
and bond it.
Commissioner Ford?
Commissioner Ford?
I agree, cancel and bond.
Okay, and then you can reapply when you get your insurance proceeds.
I thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Any other persons present?
No, there's not.
Thank you. First item in New York, 1514, Sodas Liquor.
Salutes. Sodas Liquor.
Good morning, everyone. Robert Romano. I'm here with Mr. Gutierrez, Ms. Almanza, and the Giselle, who is the reason we're here. And this is an application for a liquor store in Sodus, New York, which is replacing a store that had gone out, the exact location. I believe the license expired December 31st of 2015. The closest store to this proposed premise is approximately 6 miles away. After that, the second closest store that sells liquor is approximately, I believe, 10.1 miles away. The sales have gone up to the closest stores, have increased considerably. I believe the third and fourth closest as well. Sales have been increasing, and we're here for any questions or comments you may have.
What made you interested in starting this business?
We want to start. We want to start something for us, for the family. Just was a good opportunity, so we'd like to try it.
So you're going to keep working full-time, and then you'll be at the store full-time?
That was my idea. I might change it out. Might be focused on the business. Either my wife run it during the day or me, little late, whichever works. She'll spend time with the kids, or I'll do it.
So for funding, you're receiving a loan from your brother as well as your father and mother-in-law?
For my parents, I got a loan, and I got a loan from my brother-in-law.
Okay. And they're not going to have any interest in the business?
No, they're not.
Okay. I mean, this is your first time going to the business, so I'm just letting you know that if they loan you money or are involved and they're getting profit sharing, anything other than a strict loan, then it's a very serious charge, so you could lose your license for that. So just letting you know. Okay. Anything, Commissioner Ford, on your side?
No, I looked through this entire application, and I can find, I mean, your competitors, closest ones was 7 to 15 miles away up there by the lake. I can see no reason to deny this. I approve.
Okay. I concur with Commissioner Ford. I'll approve this. Sales for the 3 of the 4 closest have been increasing. Closest is 7.3 miles, with the second closest being 10.8, and then after that 15.2 miles away. And it's a 984 square feet, and the closest is 4x that size. So I vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
1562, Charlie Brown's Bar and Grill.
This is a conditional no contest plea of cancellation and bond.
I accept cancel and bond.
Thank you. And
Commissioner Ford?
I accept.
thank you very much. Have a good day.
1496, Harlem on Fifth Wine and Spirits.
License fee.
It's a request for reconsideration.
Good morning. Thomas Burke for Harlem on Fifth. This is the applicant, Miss Stacy Robinson.
Oh, yeah.
So we read through the case. I have no problem granting reconsideration. I think the applicant will have to supply a new license fee. You understand that?
Be articulated in the letter if it had been.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're granting reconsideration to then consider the license, and are you already
Right.
voting?
I wasn't planning on it, but
No, it has to be returned to license.
That's return. You don't have.
Okay, I vote to reconsider as well.
Commissioner Ford?
I do also. I think the applicant has made a good faith effort, and so I absolutely wholeheartedly approve.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
1512, American Estates.
Good morning, Leonard Fogelman for the applicant. This gentleman had his license canceled. We reapplied for a new wholesale license, and we are before you on that new application.
And all the wholesale activity will take place at this location, not at your client's home in New Jersey?
Absolutely.
And
That was what my concern was, is that he previously, and correct me if I'm wrong, previously he opened an office here,
He had an
Applied-
office for approximately 20 years. He
applied for a license here with that office at
Yes.
the address,
Correct.
and then at some point closed the office, got a P.O. box, and moved to New Jersey, and ran the business from New Jersey, but with a New York license.
For some short, when did you? For some, what, a year ago, 2 years ago? About a year ago, approximately, he decided he could live without operating out of his New York office. He obviously was wrong. He made a mistake. And the authority found out. We had the license canceled.
Well, were we ever going to find out if we didn't find out? Was somebody going to tell us?
I would certainly think that he didn't realize that he had. You probably would not have found out, but you did, and then he suffered this. He suffered the consequences. License was canceled. Before this, he was certainly a bona fide wholesaler for approximately 20 years in New York.
So how small is this space? He's paying $41.25 a month for the first year with a $100 increase each year? I want an office like that.
And my other question was, who else has?
It's $500 a month, sir.
$500 a month. Okay, here we have per
What are you
year.
reading?
Right here, $500 per year for the first year.
Oh, I see, okay. So it's $500 a month.
Yes, sir. Yes, gentlemen.
And who else has access to this office that you indicate?
It's direct street access.
He has direct access. He's the only one who has access to his specific office.
Okay, because
I don't know.
was an indication that someone else has access.
So did he not know that it was not right or wrong or illegal to operate his business from New Jersey? Or is he?
Well, that was sort of.
I corrected the situation as soon as I could.
That's not what he asked you.
So that wasn't my question.
Did you do this intentionally, trying to get over on us, or did you not know it was illegal?
It was a temporary situation.
So you lost your lease?
Yes.
So you'll have the office staffed and business will be conducted there at regular business hours and.
Correct.
Call, someone will be there to answer the phone, someone will,
Correct.
yes.
You have no employees, so you're going to do it all?
Well, I have none at the moment. I will hire once I get the permit, sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
See, my problem with this is that I take people's businesses away for lying less than this. And the way I see it is you weren't truthful with us.
And we did take his business away, we canceled.
I know, but now he wants it back.
Since this came to light, he has been out of business in New York for at least 8 or 9 months, and obviously has suffered the consequences of that, which of course, the consequences were based on his own malfeasance, but he certainly has paid, I believe he's paid the price for his situation where he decided he didn't need to show up at a New York office. You canceled the license, and he has reapplied, and
How did we find out about this?
There was a complaint about the wholesale for one reason, and enforcement went out, wholesale investigators went out, and there was no office there.
I mean, Look, the one thing I've learned in my couple years in this position is it is really a privilege to have this, and having operated it for so long, I think, and from your answer today or lack of, I know you knew what you were doing was wrong, and we have taken action against similar situations, and I just can't see myself approving this license after that.
Council conference.
Sure.
Okay. Let me just make one last statement before you vote.
Oh, no, let me ask you a question before you make your
Yes.
statement. So that lease that he lost, what was the reason behind losing that lease?
New ownership of the landlord, and he wanted higher rent than he was willing to pay, so he.
So you have a copy of your lease that actually terminated on what day? When did your lease terminate?
It was a year to year at that point.
Excuse me?
It was year to year at that point.
Year to year, right. So when was the last year of the lease?
When do you think the lease expired?
Month to month.
You mean month to month or year to
Month
year?
to month
Most
and year to
leases
year.
are month to month if it's expired already, but
If I remember that lease, it automatically renewed year to year.
right. So when did it stop automatically renewing?
When the landlord sold it, I think there was provision that there's a sale of the property. The lease did not come with it.
So what year was that?
Was that sometime in early 15, or when was that?
I'd like to see a copy of that lease. When was that?
I'm sure we can provide it to you. We don't have a copy.
So he doesn't know when his lease expired, when that was such a watershed moment to move to New Jersey?
If you know, tell them. If you don't, we will. He does not know the exact date.
When did he open up that P.O. box?
10 years ago.
He had an office in New York, and he had a P.O. box.
So when did he exactly vacate his office in New York?
I'm going to guess 15 months ago.
All right, so it wasn't 9 months ago, right? It was 15 months ago now, right? This is my issue here.
No, he said 8-9 months that he's been without a license.
Right, but he's been doing this 15 months ago, right?
Right,
So
but
with
he
the lease,
surrendered
right?
the
Okay.
license.
Well,
So he was operating, obviously, for those 5 or 6 months.
15 months,
While
right?
he was looking for space.
Right. So, again, look, I was looking for ways so that I could give you another chance, but I'm going to stick with what I was going to say. Mr. Fogelman, I know you said you wanted to say something before I gave my final vote, so I'll let you speak.
Okay. I mean, the gentleman has been in business over 20 years in New York. No violations, no issues, no SLA issues, no anything for 20 years. So he's not running a huge business making tons and tons of money. His lease ended. He did not promptly find a new lease to file with to file a removal application. He obviously is guilty of that. Based on that, the license was canceled. I believe he's obviously willing to go back to his good habits and be a good licensee, as he has been for 20 years.
Okay. So as I was saying before, I just have a real difficulty in this particular case, the time period that passed, the length of experience that the applicant has in this field to know that what he was doing was not proper to the point where we had to find out and then cancel the license. So I'll vote to deny.
I also found it extremely distasteful because I think he moved because he didn't want to pay the rent. I don't believe a word you just said to me. I think that he decided it was cheaper to do it in New Jersey than do it in New York, which I'm sure everyone would like to do that if they can find a cheaper situation. However, because of his 20 years, and it's clear he has no violations with us and no issues with the SLA, I am going to vote to approve it, given his history, and give him a second chance, but that's the only chance he's going to get. I'm assuming he will go back to his prior business practices. So I'll vote to approve it. Commissioner?
I have the same reasoning as the chairman, that you do have a track record of doing business seemingly properly without violations. I'm going to approve it also, with the understanding that there will be, I assume, spot checks, inspections by enforcement. So I will vote to approve also.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on him.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll leave if you want.
1500 New York Wine and Spirits.
Hi, this is my client, Sumitra Kutwal, who is the sole applicant on this license. This was on a couple of weeks ago, and there was an issue about whether there was anybody else on. I have a notarized statement that I'd like to hand to you, which reads to the board members, I, Sumitra Kutwal, am the sole applicant and principal for the corporation with the name and address and notarized.
Mr. Fogelman, did we go over the internet sales?
Sorry, Ms. Blue?
Did we go over the internet sales?
Yeah.
Were there going to be internet sales from the store?
Are there going to be internet sales?
Well, in the beginning, we're gonna have internet sales, but we're not gonna focus on that first. We're gonna
What type of internet sale? Where are you delivering to?
probably
What is
within the area first, and then we would think about, and we're expanding it, because, you know, we haven't set it up yet. That's our second.
This is under your own website.
What is this? Why did I?
I can't read it. I can't read it.
This is a approximately 1,300 square feet of
That in my
selling
notes.
space
I know, but that wasn't it.
with parking for 40 cars. They plan on having a trained licensed sommelier to assist them in choosing inventory, which will feature 40% New York State produced liquor and wine and organically produced products.
We'll have the sommelier there once a week.
I'll
You're at,
put it on that. Oh, I see.
Sunrise Highway.
Sorry, I just had a question about, I think 5050 Sunrise Highway was an application we had addressed recently. Empire, I don't know the full name, but it's Empire or something.
Empire, I
Wine
believe
and
you
Spirits.
disapproved 2 weeks ago.
Right, we disapproved
was
that,
a,
and then we disapproved it on Recon.
3,500 square foot or larger store, I believe.
Right, but this is right next to it.
It's not right next to it, it's a little bit further down, but our store is only gonna be retail spaces about 1,300 square feet.
Got it.
And plus, you know, I think they had a lot of opposition against them because they were a mega store. And our focus is going to be New York State wines and organic wines. We have a breakout already for that. So our split in total wines is gonna be 70 and spirit is 30. And 40% of our SKUs will be organic and New York State wines. Out of that, 15 will be New York State wines and 15% will be organic wines, and spirits will be around 10%.
And looking at the sales of the closest stores, I believe all are either steady or have increased, and a couple have increased.
Well, no, the closest has decreased, right, since 14?
Right.
Closest,
Right, they have slightly decreased, and that is because their inventory is not all there. They haven't been stocking up. And also, the look of their store, their hours say 10 to 8, but they're not always open 10 to 8. I've been there a few times in the morning. They weren't open yet at 10. They weren't open till almost 11. And also, I have it for them. I think it's the management of more of the management of the store, and I believe has a very strict lease, and there's problems with that. He also doesn't have any parking, which we will be having, and
How many parking spots will you have
40 parking spots.
dedicated just to your store?
No, we have two other stores in there, I believe. It's 7-Eleven, and there's an eyeglass store in there, and three, sorry, and a jewelry store, a small
Do you
jewelry
know,
store.
do you have the population numbers for, have they gone up, down?
They've been steady. They've been pretty much steady. It hasn't really significantly gone down or up, but there has been two stores that have closed in that area. So we're just trying to replace one of those stores, and our goal is not to really take from any of the other stores, and I don't know if we got any letters protesting this, but I think no one's really here to press.
No, we have,
Yeah, we have
we have
two.
two letters.
Okay. I wasn't sure, so that's why I was asking.
The closest store, which is
Spirits and Massapequa Spirits and,
Massapequa Station Wines and Liquors, appears to be down about 10% from 2014 to 2015. The second closest store is increased from 750 to 775 to 850,000.
that one increased too.
The third closest store, which is on Merrick Road, increased from $1,003,000 to $2,076,000. And the fourth store is steady, basically from 319,000 to 317,000. And the fifth closest store has increased significantly from 329 to 466 to 692.
And I did visit the 4 closest store to look for organic and state wines there, and they had a very, very small or none selection currently. I think we've submitted the paperwork to you guys for that.
And my client has been to the other stores and submitted a transcript of her attempting to buy New York State wines, which has been submitted to you. And one of the stores, the question was, do you carry New York State wines? And the person said, New York State, no. Mass Park Liquors said, New York State, I think I only have Pony's Red, which is from Finger Lakes, and this one. My client said just those two, and the person said, yeah, that's it. And the third store, Massapequa Station Wines and Liquors, the transcript reads, we only have like Pindar, like a couple of Long Island wines, no other New York State, nothing. And the last store, DMG, it reads, I'm not sure if we have like New York State, but we have Long Island. You have Long Island, but nothing particular. It's not categorized in states. It's just like in French Argentina, like stuff like that. But none of these stores.
Okay. Commissioner Ford, do you have anything?
No, I was looking at the other stores too. They look like business has improved a bit here. So I'm ready to vote anytime you are.
All right, I'm ready. You ready? All right. So I think the sales aren't as informative here. We just removed a store here in April 2014, I think, which has cut into the sales, and it's only 0.7 miles away. The closest store, 0.3 miles, has had a decrease. I think what's really telling is I was looking up the population numbers just now, and in the 2010 survey, there was 21,685 people in Massapequa. In 2013, it's decreased down to 17,150. And I think with a decrease in the population as well, we denied 5050 Sunrise Highway, which is 1.3 miles away, recently, a few weeks ago, based on these same factors of the population and also the saturation issue. So I vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well, basically on the same reasoning that Commissioner Kim used. It appears there's about 17,000 people in this village, and right now, in that one zip code, there's 3 liquor stores for that many. We did just remove a store in 2014, and I just don't see the public convenience or advantage of putting another one there at this time. So I vote to deny.
I vote to deny also.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So can I just say one thing?
Sure.
Even though there has been closure, I know you've said closures of 2 stores, that's why we do want to open up another store there. And our focus is not going to be regular liquor like everybody else, and wines like everybody else. It's going to have a different, altogether theme.
Well, we look at the 4 or 5 closest stores, and I didn't see closures in that area that you're talking about. Now,
Right.
that doesn't mean there weren't closures, but We've also opened one or two. So I mean, you have to describe, it depends on what the area is. In the general area, you were just trying to put one, I didn't see the need for one,
So I have the pictures for the ones that you were talking about, the closest one, and there is, for public convenience, there's no parking here.
But we can't, they're already open. I can't take the license from them because they don't have a parking spot.
Understand. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1497, Why Not Orchard? This is reconsideration of a full board disapproval.
What's the number?
1497.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Kim, Commissioner Ford. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. With me is the sole owner of the applicant, Emil Stefkov. We are here on a request for reconsideration. I tried last time to convince you to give my client a second chance on a beer and wine application. We are requesting now reconsideration upon reconsideration that be granted. The license, my client previously had a beer and wine license. It was canceled in June of 2015. Well, the official, it was effective as of June 1 of 2015. I'm not here to argue that penalty. I had my chance to do that, and the determination was made that it be canceled, and it has been canceled now for over a year. One reason why we are back today is at the hearing, the cancellation hearing in April on this, not hearing, at the full board meeting of April 26th, one of the comments, Mr. Chairman, that you made is that after a year, you may consider approving a beer and wine. So it has now been over a year since the license has been canceled. In the authority's decision, it was specifically stated that you were not going to review the penalty of cancellation, but that the allegations as to whether or not there would be good cause can be reviewed. I wasn't clear from the letter if the denial was based upon character and fitness, which I think Counsel Flug mentioned during the hearing, but I'm not 100% sure that was the basis of your decision, or it was based upon the violations that gave rise to the cancellation. With respect to either of those, we believe that there is not good cause to deny an application now, a year after the cancellation. Mr. Stefkov has operated collectively 9 years, 2 other locations without a single violation. Unfortunately, mistakes were made on Orchard Street. I do not think, and I'm not excusing any of those violations or any of that conduct, I am not convinced that they merit continuing denial of a beer and wine license now, a year after the fact. I have indicated in my letter that I've submitted to you a number of other licensees who, in my view, committed far worse violations that are still licensed. I don't want to go through all of them, but just by example, Provocateur had 15 violations, material false statements made to the authority, failure to conform it to the application and representations regarding its method of operation, disorderly premises, noise, nuisance, focal point for police activity, and it also had an adverse history on top of that. They are still licensed. My clients' violations, in my view, don't rise to that level. We're a first time with no adverse history. There is no adverse history for either his establishment Olio, where he has a full OP for 6 years, or on Christopher Street, where he's had a beer and wine license for 3 years. Last year, he suffered a substantial loss of about $150,000. The premises are still operated as a coffee cafe. Art is still on the wall. The additional live musicians, he had 2 or 3 that he had and should not have had, were discontinued long ago. There was information in the bill of particulars about dancing. I just want to be clear on this. This did not turn into a club. He had a flamenco dancer. Shouldn't have happened, and a tango. And he offered tango lessons to customers, and there were 5 or 6 people that took them up on tango lessons. That's what we were talking about. In terms of the noise, yes, a neighbor complained of noise. Unfortunate. That was a long time ago. And again, I can point to so many places that have had repeated noise violations where police were involved. They are still licensed.
But I see, I get that. But what you're missing here, or I think maybe your client is missing the point that I felt like we were sold a bill of goods by this guy about what this was going to be, and it made no sense when he did it. The business model made no sense, but we let him go try it. And then the minute that it starts falling apart, rather than come and say, you know what, I want to do this now, he decided he was going to do whatever the heck he wanted to do.
Let me
And
address that. 'Cause-
that's different than what you're talking about, a place becoming disorderly.
Right, well, let me address that, because I understand that's a critical issue. First of all, it always was a coffee cafe. It always had art for sale. He did not change that model. What he did is, instead of having one live musician, which he was allowed to have, he added two more. Shouldn't have done it, but that was the change he made.
He advertised a concert series
But
on social media.
It was classical and jazz, and it should
But
not have
that's
happened.
not what was presented to us.
I agree. I don't disagree, Mr. Chairman. I absolutely agree with that. Now, I don't believe,
We
though.
can't, I
you
mean,
were-
this is the problem I have. We can't have people coming in here, and this is the thing that has become so frustrating to me, is people that come in here with these great business ideas in their head, and they come and they present them to us, and we say, you know what, go have your dream. Go do it. And then it doesn't work in a year. And then they do whatever they want. And this guy, that's what he did. He was
I think
charging
when someone-
$10 at the door for the concert
It should
series.
not have
What was
happened.
that for? Revenue.
It should not have happened. I can't argue with that. It was an absolute mistake. He should have gotten a penalty, and he has gotten a penalty. His penalty is he was canceled for now over a year, and he's lost substantial revenue. I believe he's paid a price. And I know we're not here to argue cancellation. I always believed it was excessive, but that's a done deal.
I know, but now what he's asking for, he's asking for me to believe him again. Now I want to do a sushi restaurant. You've read the community board letter. They're done believing him. They don't want any part of him. And they don't even have a say in this, but they don't want any part of him because he's lied to them so much. Give us a phone number that we can call if there's problems. Never happened. We're not going to have music or dancing. All of a sudden, we're having music and dancing. I mean, why should I believe what he's telling me now?
He has two other establishments for a total of 9 years.
And that didn't stop him. That's the bigger problem I have, because you're right. Those two things, those two other places don't have issues. We haven't had issues with them. That leads me to believe that if business goes down, he's going to do whatever he wants, because those two are apparently running right.
And if that was to happen, you can revoke the license. There's even a more severe penalty.
lot
And the
harder to
community,
revoke than- and you know it.
we submitted petitions signed by 1,000 local residents. They're in your file. We also have about 5 or 6 local residents here. If I may, I've asked them to be brief. I'd like them to be able to address you and discuss this operator and this operation. Can you come up, please? And, Mr. Chairman, I think, a lot of the other cases that I've cited in my letter, many of them did just that. Again, I'm not excusing it or
I don't know
trying to
that,
justify
I
it.
don't, see, I was here when he got that license, so I don't know, you may be correct, but I didn't give them their license. I watched him get his, and it made no sense to me when he did it. But then all of a sudden, he's back here in a year. So that, to me, I've seen this full circle. And maybe the other ones I didn't, I don't know, you may be correct.
I think he's been penalized for...
Well, that's your decision. I'm the one who gets to decide that, though.
No, I understand that, but he has been penalized for the music, for the tango dancer. He's been penalized for that. He did continue to operate as a coffee cafe with
See,
the
you're
artwork.
still missing the point. It's not the dance. You're right, it was only tango dancing. That's not the point. The point is that this wasn't part of the plan.
I
And
understand that.
you know.
I do understand that, and I'm not disputing that, but the only point I'm making is I believe it would be not unreasonable to give him a second chance, given his history at his other establishments. Can I have these people?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Tiana Marsic. I live at 124 Allen, which is just 1 block away from the Why Not Coffee Shop at Orchard. I know Emil for 2 years now. I met him when he opened the coffee shop, and I'm just here to support his application because I've been coming to the coffee shop, and it's been one of the nicest places in the neighborhood. And I really think having a restaurant over there will help us because there is a lot of dive bars and clubs and a lot of nightlife going on over there, and having a restaurant would just be really nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sojourner Morel. I live at 164 Orchard, and I'm also here to support Emil. I think Why Not has actually been a really welcome addition to the neighborhood. It's one of the least disruptive, and it's a nice place to be. And I would also love to have a more upscale restaurant in the area. So I'm here to support Emil. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Carolina Sauria. I live in 144 Orchard Street, and I also have a clothing store in around the corner from Why Not. Through all the years, through these years, the neighborhood has been changing so much, and I have a lot of friends that are here that are designers, and we have stores, high-end stores, and we love that what Why Not has bring us as clients, and we wanna, we think it's a good idea that he's opening up a sushi restaurant, high scale, so the neighborhood can continue bringing that style of people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Daniel Martinez. I live in 22 Orchard, like 5 blocks from Why Not. I'm always happy to hang in the coffee shop, and I really appreciate what they do in the neighborhood. And as Carolina said, we are in the Lower East Side, we're full with these dive bars. I actually live on top of one that just opened this year and is driving me crazy. We've called many times, and we have
What's the name of that one?
The name of that one is it's a pizza place called Carp, and it's supposed to be a pizza place bar. We call already a couple times. Now they're doing better, but still from time to time they go high and they drive us crazy, And then next to it, there's a restaurant which I would think is similar to what Emil wants to do. It's called Fong Tu, which is a high-end place where people go, and we've never had, like they've been open for a couple of years, we've never had any problem with them because the people go there to eat and have fun. It's such a different type of place. So I'm here to support Emil, because I do think that these type of places help the neighborhood get a little bit better. No fights, no nothing, It's like just keep everything around in a really good and nice vibe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aline Halvorsen. I live in 166 Orchard, and I also work with Carolina in her store. I'm a designer, so I have my clothes there. I go around the corner and I sit and hang out and work there on my computer in between, go to the store. It's a really nice atmosphere, and I think it's something that is really good for the area, and especially a sushi restaurant, I think will really bring a more upscale crowd. People that goes to a sushi restaurant is maybe a different crowd that goes to a pizza bar. And I think, it would really be a good addition.
Isn't Blue Ribbon Sushi right next door? 187 Orchard? Okay, just one.
So just want to support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Joe, and I live on 143 Orchard Street. And I know Emil for a year or so now. And I go to the coffee shop every morning, and just a great space to be. And he brings great foot traffic to the area. And I support his new idea opening a sushi restaurant on the block, because I just think there's a lot of new hotel opening up. You're getting more diverse traffic in the area. And I think a sushi restaurant would do great and elevates the quality of the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna Ignantenko. I live on 125 Orchard, and I've moved here 2 years ago, and I've been going to Why Not ever since. It's been a welcoming place, and I support Emil's business plan for a sushi restaurant in the area. I back it up. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Bernstein, what you're not talking about was when this license was given, the extreme protest was because the area is completely saturated with licenses, and it was a location that was never licensed before. You were asking to license a building that had never been licensed before in a totally saturated area. And all these people are talking about how wonderful it is to go to a coffee shop, a place that isn't serving alcohol. And you're asking to take away that wonderful coffee shop that is one of the few bastions of non-alcoholic places in the neighborhood and replace it with a place that has alcohol.
That they're welcoming, that they all said they'd welcome the sushi restaurant. And the issue of saturation in a wine and beer application, in my view, is not a determinative factor. That's, in fact, what you said is why we did not apply for full liquor. We applied for beer and wine, recognizing that it was saturated with liquor licenses, and that was just not going to be in the cards. Of course, we would have loved to have liquor and would love to have liquor for a sushi restaurant, but that's not happening.
First came, your first license here, the one that was canceled,
Yes.
you came asking for an OP.
We went to the community board and asked for an OP and for a beer and wine license. We knew we were not going to get liquor. My client knew from the get-go, but we did ask, but we were fairly certain about that. And I think just one more point, Mr. Chairman. If it appears I was arguing with you, I really didn't mean to. I think that I'm asking for a second chance. My client knows that he made mistakes, and I think that given the fact that he has had 2 other licensed premises for a total of 9 years without any liquor license violations, I don't think it's blind faith and blind trust to say, okay, maybe he can, maybe he has learned from his mistakes and maybe he can do it. Otherwise, I think this place will close. The restaurant, the coffee cafe employed about 5 people. The restaurant will employ 3 times that many. We will agree to close early at midnight, so this is not...
That was another question. What are the hours?
The hours are 12 p.m. to 12 a.m., 7 days a week. It's just beer and wine. All the windows will be closed all the time. No live music. Very, very quiet background music. Very, very low-key, simple operation. Just mostly sushi and some appetizers. It will be high-end sushi. We are speaking with one of the best sushi chefs in New York. So
we didn't bring him back, but he came last time. He has
Right.
20 years experience.
If I may say something, if you let me, I would
Sure.
I would like to say, I deeply regret about the mistake I did. I am extremely sorry. One thing I guarantee to you that I never ever lied, what I'm going to do and what I was doing. It was a coffee shop and an art gallery even before we applied for a liquor license. And that's a 2,000 square foot store with 15,000, now with the increase already $16,000 rent. We made $150,000 loss in 2014. In 2015, $180,000 loss. We increased because of the cancellation and simply the concept that a coffee shop there cannot survive. So we are destined to close if we cannot move beyond the mistakes I did. First mistake, what I did was with the concept that I envisioned, an art gallery and a coffee shop. Simply the art gallery didn't work. We still have art on the wall. They don't sell. And it was a bad idea, one thing. And second, I made the mistakes because we let those things that we discussed before happen. I guarantee to you that I will be an example to 100% respect the rules, which I do. I do in my life, in everything I do. I'm extremely grateful to this country, which welcomed me, gave me E2 visa, entrepreneur visa. Then it gave me green card. I'm extremely grateful to these authorities who gave me opportunity and privilege to run 2 other restaurants with liquor license and for this one. And I deeply regret that I did the mistakes and to deserve a cancellation. And I just want a second chance to move beyond my mistake because I'm stuck in my mistake. And I just want to go beyond and keep building my company. That's all I want, a second chance.
Commissioner Ford, do you have anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So, look, everything you say, I believe what you really mean. I think what you're talking about, the regret and remorse, and that I accept that, and that's great. Everything that the chairman said previously, though, I just can't get over that. And, it's not as we're saying it's a character and fitness and that you are a lying individual and therefore we need to go and take away your other licenses. That's not what we're saying here. I think the decision that was rendered originally this particular location, the representations that were made, they weren't lived up to. There's a community board who is very upset and very concerned about the precedent that this could set, and they've faced this kind of an issue over and over again. So it's just a situation where it's this location, it's the windows that were open, the dancing, the concert series. There's a whole series of things that we're not going to get back into again. But on a matter of reconsideration, I can't go ahead and approve the reconsideration based on everything that's transpired over the last year. So I have to vote to deny to the reconsideration.
I found it as distasteful as Commissioner Kim. And I've already told you why. The thing that really just changed my mind to a certain extent was the fact that you do have other licenses without history. So I don't, what happened here, I have no idea. You brought in 7 people that are supporting your establishment. They're all within a block, it sounds like, at least, of the establishment. So I would vote to reconsider this on just because it's a restaurant wine application. If it was full liquor, there'd be absolutely no way. But because of your other restaurants, I would give you another shot at this, but that's up to Commissioner Ford at this point.
For exactly the same reasons as the chairman, because you have 2 other locations that have been operating with, as far as I can see, I'm new here, but as far as I can see, no violations, no trouble, nothing at all. And I was looking through things, and I don't see that you've ever had the police there at this location, nothing like that. Nothing's ever got to that point of being out of hand. I think one of your biggest violations is that you had too much base. Well, I'm still going to go ahead and vote for reconsideration along with the chairman.
So that being said,
it's 2-1 again.
no, that's for reconsideration.
Oh,
You have to
so-
vote no on the license now.
Well, are we going to do that right now?
This goes right now, right?
Yeah.
All right.
The application was in front of you. Well, the one, I'm not sure
Well-
they're changing anything on it now.
I mean, okay, that's reconsideration. Well, if I'm not even going to reconsider it, I'm definitely not going to approve it now.
I vote to approve based on the representations of the hours that are 12 to 12, every window shut during business hours, and only background recorded music.
I approve under the same circumstances.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
You can thank your friends.
Thank you.
Got it. 1568K, Tipico NY Restaurant.
My name is Henry Warakomsky. Good morning, Commissioner and Chairman.
Good morning.
This is an application for a restaurant in the village of Hempstead.
So you're claiming that this has been continuously licensed since 1995?
Yeah, it's been a restaurant since the 90s.
The last license that was issued there was given 11 p.m. closing hours, and they were canceled because they operated past 11 p.m.
No, but is that accurate that they've had a license since the 90s?
I believe so, and I will double check. I don't know if it was continuous each day. I think there might have been a lapse, but I'm checking.
And the reason why the prior owner's license was canceled because he violated the hours in the village of Hempstead.
I see up to 2002.
Stay open.
Maybe it's in there under, that's under N Franklin. I don't think it's under North Franklin.
He says he was a manager, Buckle Down, production manager. What's Buckle Down?
It's a belt factory.
It's a what?
Belt factory.
Belt?
Yeah, belts, dog collars too.
I see licenses to 2002.
So what's between 2000, you have proof that between 2002 and this last license, that it was continuously licensed?
We'll have to check with the, with the village,
Well,
but I know it's been open.
Well, if you make a claim like that, you got to be able to back it up.
You're telling us the 500-foot law doesn't apply because of that, and we have no evidence that this was licensed as long as you say it does.
We had a
it was.
500-foot hearing on this.
I know, because you didn't show us any evidence.
And the village is against it. That's why 500 foot is very important, because if the town is against it, we have to give a lot of...
I think I can get the names of the previous licensees. If you want to put this off for 2 weeks.
What are the proposed hours of operation?
The hours of operation?
Yeah, whatever the village wants, 12 noon to...
Whoa.
No, 12 noon to 12
Did you just
o'clock.
hear the speech I gave before? What?
All right, well,
He's opening a business. He doesn't know when it's
he
going to be
knows that,
open.
Yeah, it's what the village wants, 12 noon to 12 at night, Sunday to Thursday, and 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturdays.
No,
So the
That's what the
last
village
license was
requires.
only to 11.
Huh?
The last license was only to 11, and you're saying now the
With the
village is
village?
okay of giving a new license till midnight when the last guy had to close at 11?
They say one, the village.
Yeah, well, the
Depends if
village
it's a
said they'd
restaurant or
be
a bar, they're
maybe
changing it up,
agreeable,
but-
right. 12 a.m. closing time Sunday to Thursday, and 1 a.m. closing on Friday and Saturday. But the applicant states it is willing to close at 12 a.m. Sunday and Thursday, and 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
Well, I'm going to make this very short, because if this is a 500-foot case, I'm disapproving. So unless you can come back with evidence that it's been licensed for 35 years continuously, or whatever you're telling us it is, then I would suggest you adjourn it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
if I can get the name of the licensees, all right.
Send them all to me.
Do you want to put it up for 2 weeks?
Yep, 7/19.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ford, you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We'll also mirror his history.
Say that again?
I'll find it.
Oh.
I'll find what the history
I'll
is.
mirror the history.
1548,
We saw it already.
93 Allen Corp.
What number?
1548.
48.
Oh, 48.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Dustin Dente. I'm appearing on behalf of Pat DeLuca. We are the non-attorney representatives for 93 Allen Corp. First off, I'd like to congratulate Commissioner Ford on his recent appointment. I'd also like to advise that Mr. DeLuca apologizes that he cannot be here. He is currently at home recovering from triple bypass surgery and sends his best wishes and warmest regards to the members of the board.
Oh, is he okay?
He also asks, if
Send him
possible-
right back to him.
I
We
will.
hope he gets well soon.
Okay, thank you. He also asked that, since this is my first full board appearance, that if possible to go easy on me.
No.
Well, some case to start on, right? The applicant is seeking to relicense a premise located on Front Street in Greenport. This place, known as the Rum Line, was also previously known as the Rum Line. There were adverse history issues that were addressed at the full board and adjudicated in February by way of a cancellation and bond claim. The applicant in the intervening months has made improvements to his method of operation, seeking to avoid the issues that led to the violations of previously led to the cancellation and bond claim. He has changed, most importantly, he has worked with the police to improve his standing in the community as far as trying to create a different type of environment, mostly including serving a breakfast opening at 7 a.m. To address Commissioner Kim's concern about closing hours. Initially, when we submitted the application, we were looking to close on weeknights at 11 p.m. and weekends at 12. We'd like to kind of tweak that a little bit and do Sunday to Wednesday at midnight and Thursday, Friday, Saturday at 1 a.m. In doing so, we would completely avoid the factors that led to the violations in previous to this application. as the police reports that were submitted there show, those violations took place between the hours of 2 a.m. and even 6 a.m. after the rum line closed for the night. So we were seeking to, change the mode of operation to more of a restaurant with a bar as opposed to a bar with a restaurant, with this emphasis on an improved food menu. The applicant has also partnered up with Hampton Coffees to introduce gourmet coffees to the menu. I believe that he, is seeking to, as other applicants have done so before him today, seek a second chance to attempt to build and run a successful business. Back earlier when the cancellation bond claim was agreed, we are aware that there was a certain amount of time that we were requested to wait before reapplying. And so I now understand the timing of this new application may be an issue. However, we are already in the second half of the summer season. We are post 4th of July, and Mr. Healy wishes to try to get as much business as he can before the end of the summer. Since Greenport is a very attractive vacation destination, I personally had went there a few days as the first part of my honeymoon. Greenport is a terrific place to visit in the summer, and without basically a restaurant in Greenport without a liquor license could almost be likened to a body without a soul. About a good portion of walk-in business walks out once they learn there's no liquor license there. And we would like to ask that the board, given an opportunity to try to try to stay in business throughout the busy summer season so that he could survive the winter season and come back and, better next year. I think if you have any questions for myself or Mr. Healy, any concerns, we'd like to address any concerns the authority would have in seeking to approve a new license here.
How long was he licensed before all this trouble started?
Good morning. About 4.5 years, sir.
So what happened?
Well, what happened was
because you had no history prior to this.
No, there is no history. What happened was for about 4.5 years, we're operating as a good restaurant, nice and just doing the right thing. There were issues in the back parking lot and
Right,
in
I'm
the
sorry,
front street.
when were you first licensed? 2012?
Yeah, about 4.5 years ago, I think so.
He was approved, he was added in via corporate change.
In 2013.
2013.
But it wasn't 4.5 years of nothing happening. There was disorderly premises starting on August 2013, December 2013, February 2014. Do you see that?
Yeah.
14 disorderly premises cases starting in 2013 as soon as you were added.
Oh, no, those issues were adjudicated at the prior full board in February, and yes.
No, I know, but my point that I was trying to make was that they were licensed in June 2012. It looks like they were fined for a year and 2 months, and then the bottom fell out. And you're saying he was added as
In January of 2013.
Okay.
If I may speak to that.
Which would go against that argument.
Mr. Chairman, if I may speak to that, and I know this was probably pursued extensively in prior disciplinary action hearings earlier this year, that a lot of that had to do with the times. If you look at the pattern of times in which those violations occurred, they were between 2 and 6 a.m. What was
going on after 1:30 a.m. that caused 14 disorderly premise charge in a matter of 13 months, 14 months?
We believe the problems, as indicated, had a lot to do with people going from place to place. As one place closes, the crowd picks up, moves, and looks for another one, until, unfortunately, the rum line may have been the last one open. And then, of course, once you have people who have been there, drinking in an extent throughout the evening, they become condense there. These new closing hours are intended for the purpose of completely avoiding that. He and his staff will be home long before any of the late night crowd, starts wandering around Greenport looking for places to drink. He's not about doing that. He wants to restore this place to what it was, a quality restaurant with a quality menu, looking for vacationers, honeymooners, whatever the like, to enjoy Greenport for what it has to offer. It's a terrific place, and it deserves every chance to have terrific licensees, and really we wish to address that and any concerns, certainly any type of conditions that the board feels would be necessary in ensuring him that he can continue operating, or begin operating under a new license, even under scrutiny to see if there's any, see if this new plan of his with improved closing hours actually has a positive effect on the premises. That would be, an excellent opportunity for us for Mr. Healy to show the board, the authority, that he can do this.
Commissioner Ford, do you have any questions?
Yeah, you said you've been having, there were some altercations in the parking lot. Is that on the other side of Adams Street behind the building to the north?
Sir, that is the Adams Street parking lot. Yes, it's a municipal parking lot.
It is public. It is public property. Some of the police reports refer to it as a Rumline parking lot, but it is not owned by the Rumline. It is not part of their property, nor is it part of their lease.
Is that where your patrons would park? Mostly?
Mostly, yes, sir.
As my fellow commissioners, I have an issue with the past history with police visits. Seems like there's been quite a few. How do you explain that? I mean, why so many? What's going on?
Well, I'm not going to place blame anywhere, but the issue was mostly that other establishments were closing, and the people would come down to that parking lot and in front, and we were the only open venue at the time.
Well, what about Whiskey Wind?
Yeah, they were open till 4, correct?
They were open from 4 a.m. They were open till 4 a.m. Sergeant Helinski testified, I'm sorry, not the sergeant, but the police said the only other establishment open was Whiskey Wind until 4 a.m., which all the police witnesses agreed was not problematic.
That is right. That is directly next door to us.
So why were they not problematic, but you guys were? What did you do that's different from what they were doing with the same crowd, same time?
I am not sure of that, sir. And I'm being honest, I'm not.
No, I understand, but that's where the problem is, right? You don't know what they were doing to not have an issue, but whatever you were doing, the 14 disorderly premises in a year's time, approximately a year's time, and then less than 5 months later after the license was canceled, you're coming back and saying, okay, the change I'll make is now we'll close at 1 as opposed to 4. I just, based on everything else you've probably heard me say previous to your case, this is definitely a situation where, again, we want to start with the premise that everybody deserves a second chance, but there are just cases that it just makes it very difficult to do so, and this is one of them for me, based on this history. The focal point of attention, police attention, in June 20, 2015, and
Commissioner Kim, if I may address your concerns directly, point on. We're not sure why the notice of pleading brought up charges that went back to 2013 that late, and why they weren't just, if there had been a single disorderly charge in 2013, or,
So what is your argument, that if we had known we were disorderly before, we wouldn't have been disorderly later?
No, sir. I'm not trying to say that. Yeah, I know. I understand that.
Because we charge them when the police referrals come in, but just because we didn't get the police referrals till later on doesn't mean you weren't notified that the police were there.
Every charge here is based off a police referral, which means the police visited.
That's correct.
So
I'm
assuming they were in uniform. It doesn't matter.
So I think more time has,
course,
at least, at the very least, more time has to pass. The business model, it's a good attempt at trying to modify what was the problem. I just don't think right now is appropriate to approve this based on the really long history. You know what we do with cases like this? We usually do emergency suspensions. If we had found out about these, if you hadn't offered cancel and bond, we would have done an emergency suspension based on this kind of a report.
Of course.
So to come for asking for a license at this time, I just can't do it, so I have to vote to deny.
I have to vote to deny as well based on the charges. I mean, the biggest concern to me here is that people actually got hurt in these incidents. We had somebody with a broken jaw. A woman, it appears, was punched in the face and a man fractured both sides of his jaw. And then one of your customers told the police officer to take his badge off and he'll fight him.
In the parking lot.
Like Commissioner Kim said, we just canceled this in February. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's just, I'm not saying never, but not today. So I
Commissioner Ford?
vote to disapprove.
I vote to disapprove also.
Thank
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a time frame?
Is there a time frame by which there'd be any,
We take every case. I can't tell you not to apply, but I can't give you a time frame either.
Understood. It's a disapproval without prejudice, correct?
Without, yeah.
Okay.
We
thanks.
can't give prejudice, unfortunately. On some, not on this one. No, I wasn't talking about your application. There's some.
1546 One Stop Food Market.
I received an email from Cynthia O'Brien agreeing to put this over to a later full board. Unless there's any concerns if there's an issue, or if the board has,
Just,
any,
look, I hate just pointing this out, but it's a legal issue, so abiding by the law. Do you know if the eligibility to own a license? Because it says here, he's not a citizen, doesn't have a green card listed here.
Mr. Afzal?
Yeah.
He has a license.
Afzal?
He has a Wyandotte, he has a license in Wheatley Heights.
Commissioner, it's not on there, but it wouldn't come before you if he hadn't shown us an alien registration.
Okay, as long as that.
And then I guess you can go back and find out if he met with the PD, and if he hasn't.
Mr. Afzal.
I would
regarding-
recommend.
Oh, yeah, because this is a Village of Hempstead matter.
Yeah, I would recommend that he does.
Okay.
What's the date we're doing here?
He asked for July 26th.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll be back from Pakistan at that point.
July 26th.
Got it. You have more? 1470 and 1471 Lower Level Lounge.
Martin Mail of Mail and Buscemi. This is after a hearing where the charges were not sustained.
All
Yeah, I
right,
vote to dismiss.
Yeah, I vote to dismiss all charges. Commissioner Ford?
Commissioner Ford, your vote?
Charges are not sustained.
I vote to dismiss.
1568A Mirador Corporation.
Yes, this was on last week, and there are other matters on, and I thought it was something else. I had not received the findings of the ALJ, but I wish to point out.
Have you now or no? You don't.
No,
have
no,
them?
no, I have them. But I'm not going to contest the facts of the case. They are what they are. There was a DJ and there were security guards. What I am contesting is the fact that this license was issued in 2005, and in 2005 the application process was a lot different in terms of the actual forms. In speaking to the client, they can't remember, but they think it was some sort of representative that filed for them. In those days, all that was necessary, what kind of music will you have, and they put down jukebox. They didn't realize that if you switch from a jukebox to a DJ, you're supposed to tell the New York State Liquor Authority. The current applications are very specific about, is it going to be jukebox, is it going to be recorded, is it going to be a DJ, and it wasn't at the time. But if you'll look at the facts here, there was no dancing. It's a restaurant. That's what it's always been. With respect to the second charge, the area that this place is located in is not the greatest area of the city. The licensee felt it was necessary to get himself security guards. The authority is now saying that there should have been a method of operation change to indicate that, because when the application again was filed in 2005, it did not, it indicated there would be no security guards. He didn't realize he would need security guards back in 2005. Conditions change. And what's even more interesting here is that this isn't the first time this license has been before you with respect to disciplinary problems. Until they came to me, apparently what they had done was just take conditional no contest. But if you look at the last one that they took, it says that they had unlicensed security guards, and that became part of the disciplinary. I would submit that if the authority was concerned about the security guards then, they should have informed the licensee to change this method of operation. So I'm not excusing.
Did you go look at the video? What makes you? I wasn't here, but I'm assuming you or somebody was. How do you know they weren't?
Weren't what?
Informed.
From everything I've asked the licensee, no one. This was a surprise.
Well, whether they charged that failure to conform to application then or now, I understand your point that they should have notified them then, but they would have been charged at the time for adding security guards, whether they were licensed or unlicensed, and still have gotten the unlicensed security guard.
They were licensed.
No, I understand, but the charge is now that the method of operation doesn't reflect security guards.
No, I understand. Again, I'm not.
So, I understand. So, look, I get your point. You know, initially I had a higher fine based on what you said. You know, as long as they don't have, they won't do DJs, and this is the last chance, right? Because, well, we could have one before that.
No.
Either way, and filing the amended method of operations to reflect the DJ and the security guards addition, and I'll do 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
Thank you very much.
Are you done?
Thank you.
I am, but my partner is.
Well, because we're going to take a 2-minute break. That's.
The case last week was the other charges on this licensee, the one that came last week.
That's the same place?
Yeah, Murado Corp. Murado Corp. Wait, Jackie, weren't there 2 cases for
this one?
the one that was on
Dismissed.
last
They all
week?
got
I wasn't here. Did we dismiss?
Yes.
Yeah, that was dismissed.
Okay, I wasn't here.
Donald, the mic is still on.
Yep. Donald, you got that? Next item is 1494, Distinguished Entertainment or Enterprises. Don't know.
Francis Buscemi for the applicant.
Do we have people
With me
in
today is Mary Caesar and Jennifer Allenby.
Sorry, do we have people in opposition? Is that what you guys are up here for? Okay. How do you want to do this?
So let them,
Or this isn't liquor, so
Good cause.
go
Yeah,
opposition
we'll hear
first?
from
Yeah, let us hear from
Okay.
the opposition first, please.
Hi, my name is Aggie Smith.
Can you
and-
just put the mic closer to you, please?
Closer?
Thank you.
You're okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Aggie Smith, and I live almost 2 blocks away from East Savoy Lounge, which was put under Mint. Then we were given Distinguished, and today we saw it under Deja Vu Lounge. So we're assuming this is all the same place because it's at 2192 Flatbush. Okay, so Savoy Lounge, I'll refer to it as, okay? It was closed down on New Year's because of community board opposition, and all the politicians agreed, the neighbors, and they came before you on February 16th. You agreed with the community board and all the politicians, and it was said they couldn't have a license, and then they called the race card, and you gave them a conditional agreement for a year. He lied to you about it being a race issue, and the community was opposed to him because he complied with everything. He's lied, and he's complied with absolutely nothing. And since he reopened on February 18th, he has never, not one night, met with the conditions that you put forth. And I have letters from all the politicians that were sent to you, the 63rd precinct, and all the calls that were made. There's over 132 311 calls. There's quite a few 911 calls. There's been gunshots. The rest of the community, we've tried to change our windows and put soundproof windows in. We've had a number of residents who have moved out of the neighborhood because of this bar. And we have a TD parking lot where when they do close at 4 o'clock in the morning, and we also sent you copies of all the flyers, they do not hold to their 2 o'clock time that you asked them to do. We sent you flyers of the promoters they're not allowed to have in the DJs. And we know that there's dancing, there's underage, there's pot smoking. We have leftovers in the TD parking lot of the alcohol. Then we have the fights. We've had car accident involving 7 cars. We've had the gun shooting on May 3rd. And this just continues. And we've addressed this numerous times. And I have all the letters in case you didn't get any. Everything was supposed to go over to you, including the 63rd precinct.
okay. Anything else?
We have other members of the community.
I can speak.
Hey, my name is Sharianne De Leon. I live right behind Savoy. I've been there for 8 years. This place has been a nightmare for 8 years. The music is the main problem because we cannot sleep at night. It's a very loud bass. I heard one of the commissioners mentioned bass a little while ago, thinking it's not an issue. It's a really big problem because it resonates through, the windows, the walls, everything. I won't go over what Aggie has said. I understand that you guys have, you strike a delicate balance between people being able to operate their business and community interests, but you should take into consideration that this club is in what's called a bedroom community of Brooklyn. Marine Park is really far away from the subways. It's where people go to sleep. The other thing is that most people who come to this club do not live in the neighborhood. They park in front of our driveways and, along the side streets, where they come out after the club and have their own parties, play music loudly, talk loudly, disrupt our sleep. So It serves no community purpose. It does not do any public service to people who live in that neighborhood. And I believe the owner lives in Long Island. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Stacy Williamson. I live across the street from the East Savoy Lounge. I can just say that it is very, very disruptive. There's not a night that I can get a complete night's sleep. The patrons are loud, they drink, they fight, they play their loud music to their cars, they park in a TD Bank, they trash the banks, the streets, they park on our block, they leave their beer bottles, their garbage. They are very disruptive. They have not complied with any time frame that was stipulated to them. I am an educator, and it's very disruptive when you have to break your sleep for 2 hours to 3 hours to get back to sleep, to get up, to try to go educate children.
What time do you have a lot of these noise issues?
This noise issue always begins between 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock. The stipulation was 2 o'clock. They close at 3 o'clock. They're not supposed to have a DJ. They have a DJ. I have been on social media and have seen all the displays of the DJs, the music, the drinking, the cost, everything. And also about the gunshots. My daughter came running into my room because she had to roll on the floor because the noise was so close to her. She didn't know if it was right in front of the house. She rolled on the floor crying and afraid and was scared to sleep in her room for about 2 weeks because she didn't know that this would, end or if it would continue. And I just think that these people are really unfair. They do not care about the community. They do not care about the people who live in the community. And when their patrons leave the club, they never go home. They start a new party, and they close their doors and do not care about the patrons outside of their building. I get up, I call 311, I call 911, and it's just time for them just to be done with it.
Can
because
I
they
ask
don't
you a question? So currently, the licensee and then the two people who are here applying for this license, do you know if there's any connection between the owners?
I'm not sure if there's a connection, but there was this lounge, then another lounge, then another lounge within a
Right.
time from February to now.
Right.
They have changed to 4 different business
Right. Okay.
names. So at this point, we really don't know, but they really are not doing the right thing for our community, and I really think that they should be shut down because they do not comply at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hi, I'm Jeannie Bernard, another resident. I'm just going to piggyback on what everyone is saying. When I get to work in the morning, I look so tired. I mean, I'm tired of my coworkers asking, and my manager as well, what's going on with you? Why do you look like this? My bedroom window is right on the same block with Aggie, right across from this club. And I just can't go back to sleep. Even after the noise stops, I'm not able to go back to sleep. I have a 1-year-old who actually was in the room with me when I heard these gunshots. And I froze. I said, what's going on here? I called 911. And I didn't want to go outside because I was afraid of what was going to continue to happen. Club Freeze, which was right next door to East Savoy, they had closed since, I think it was sometime last year. We'd like to see the same thing for this club. I mean, it's just not, our quality of living is just not good right now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is George Viscarando, and I reside at 1773 Hendrickson, which is right behind the club. And on a nightly basis, I have a choice to make, whether to call 311, which I've done numerous times till exhaustion, or what I do, I have to drown out the noise by turning the television on. That's the choice that I'm left with. Every morning, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, the people screaming, car doors opening, closing, slamming, music playing, people sitting on the steps smoking weed. On my property, on my steps, smoking weed, 3 in the morning. And I'm also faced with the choice of confronting them, and then possibly, I don't know, what can happen, right? So my wife begs me not to say anything. So we have to sit and kind of cower in our own home because of these people that leave this club at, 3, 4 in the morning every single night. And quality of life is important. I know people want to run a business, but which way is more? Quality of life for us or somebody else running a business in a community that doesn't even frequent the club. No one in our community goes there.
What else is across the street from me? So Club Freeze closed down.
That was down the block behind us.
Okay, what else is like on this block with East Savoy?
Liz Bar and Grill that you just closed down, who was trying to replace Freeze and Sim, which is vintage something, but they're only open Thursday to Saturday, but we have a problem with the loudness, but not as bad as this. And Jerome Sussman supposedly did put in for another application as Mint, also in December, and we were told this is distinguished. We weren't given the name Deja Vu. They keep trying to get different names.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kim,
Thank you.
just so you know, members, when this memo is being prepared for you, Council's office has initiated a new proceeding on East Savoy. So
What were those charges?
there's 20 of them.
20?
Yeah, yes, we've been prosecuting East Savoy. They've been before you.
Didn't we
Mr.
just
Sussman
cancel
was
it?
here, and he
No,
said
what
that was
happened
gonna
is
be-
they paid. There was the late.
Oh, that was late, and they came in with the cancellation. Okay.
Yeah, we canceled them, and then they paid the fine that was due.
So they're licensed.
They're licensed.
They're licensed. We've been prosecuting
With
East
a-
Savoy
yeah.
for
So with a-
some time.
Okay.
And I believe that was the disciplinary case where Mr. Sussman said it was the last time when he would be appearing on a disciplinary case.
We'll see.
So I just would like to point out that I'm being told that this freeze that's being mentioned is still open and operating.
No, it's not.
All right, well,
The bikes are going to the East Savoy.
No, they don't.
all right, be that as it may, if I could just make a suggestion, because I inherited this application. I did not send out the community board notice. I wasn't aware that this community board objection. I was under the impression that the applicant was never even called in to the community board.
Inherited from Mr. Sussman?
Yes. So what I would like to do is contact, and I spoke to my client about it, Ms. Caesar. She said, no, I never attended a community board meeting or hearing, and I was not advised about going to any community board. So I would like to contact the community board and see if I can set up a community board meeting with this applicant. This is not East Savoy. These are two ladies that want to purchase the business, go into business for themselves.
And run what kind of business?
It's going to be a bar tavern.
What are the hours?
The hours, they want to operate until 3 a.m.
Mr. Buscemi, can I suggest also meeting with the precinct, who I know has large objections to this location having a license?
I'm not going to adjourn this.
I'm not going to adjourn this.
I mean, I'm ready to vote on it.
Filed.
So you can give your presentation, but I've reviewed the application. I don't want to waste my time, their time, or your time.
I mean, it's not a 500-foot
No,
matter.
I understand that.
Okay.
I don't know whether, if these two gentlemen would like to adjourn it, that's fine. I only get one vote, but I'm not
I mean,
willing to do that.
I think the applicant should have
Oh, yeah, they'll
to
definitely
ability-
get to.
go speak to the community board. Right now, the premises is licensed and operating as East Savoy. I mean, they keep on saying name changes. I was there to do an inspection of the premises. The sign on the building is East Savoy. As far as I know, it still is.
I think what they're talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, that someone else may have tried to buy this first, and it was Mint.
I didn't see any
Is
of
that
their
possible?
applications, and it might have been before.
But that's
why.
neither here nor there. It's been
Right.
open as East Savoy for quite some time. We're
But Mr.
familiar with that.
Buscemi, you have a notice of appearance in for East Savoy.
Yes, I put the application in.
No, on the disciplinary, there's a,
Yes.
So
Yes.
you're
I
representing
inherited
East
that
Savoy?
I inherited that as well.
well, did he die? You're inheriting all this?
Retired. I think you're aware of that.
He said that he was coming back on licensing applications, that only on
I don't think he's
disciplinary
coming back
matters.
anymore, but be that as it may.
Well, do you guys want him to
No,
go to the
I
community board or
don't think
not?
it matters. I think it's clear. You already have the protests from the community board.
They're not complaining that they didn't go visit with them. They don't want it. That's what the community board said. At least that's my reading of it. I could be wrong.
The other thing is you still have the pending
I would
charges, so you could just.
like them to have an
disapprove
opportunity to
the
present
division
to the community board.
And
Oh, I
until the
see.
charges are resolved, because you don't know what's going to happen with that.
Okay.
I mean, you have someone that has a,
Anything like
I mean,
that.
they're looking to, are they aware that they're looking to buy a business that has pending serious charges against it?
I've advised them. I mean, I'm not representing them on the business end of this thing, but I've advised them that there's a disciplinary proceeding pending against
Commissioner Ford, do you have an opinion on whether to adjourn or
No adjournment.
no adjournment? Okay, let's go forward.
All right, so then I can make a presentation?
Please.
All right, thank you. All right, I have with me today, as I said, Mary Caesar and Jennifer Allenby. They're looking to purchase the business of E. Savoy. Each one would be a part-time manager there. And I'd like each one to talk about, what their ideas for the business are. Mary Caesar wanted to bring her son, who was a veteran cook, chef, working for the armed services, and he was going to be in the kitchen, operating the kitchen as the chef or cook. Mary Caesar also has a background in, family background in food, and she wanted to bring that as far as the dishes and the type of Caribbean food, the cooking that's being done, along with her son. So there'd be, I believe, more emphasis on good Caribbean food via Miss Caesar. Miss Allenby is involved in the advertising or.
It was family and our friends and so forth. It wasn't supposed to be. We're not trying to make it. We're also going to do silent, where you put headphones on while people are eating.
I'm not following you.
It's a new thing.
What?
It's a new thing. It's like they
Oh,
put
yeah, no,
headphones on
I'm
and
trying
they
to say,
always
you're
have the DJ, but it's not
she's
really
involved
like
in
that.
wellness.
But I don't know how many.
Okay, so you can't talk to anybody.
No, not if you're listening.
Okay.
Do sign language.
Okay, go ahead.
We're trying to do more of the food and to a more upscale crowd.
Well, the idea is that Miss Caesar has a long.
I work in a mental institution hospital, and there's over 2,000 people that work there. So that will be the people that I will invite for my catering and to eat food over there.
All right, so what I'm hearing is you guys want to be a Caribbean restaurant, correct?
It's going to be Caribbean.
So we're
Well,
going to get rid of
Africans,
this live music, we're going to get rid of the karaoke, we're going to get rid of the DJ, and we're going to have just recorded music. Is that correct?
No, my application
gonna
is down
close-
as a tavern bar.
Well, then don't tell me that you're going to be a
I
restaurant
didn't
with a
say, I
long
never said
history.
restaurant, Commissioner
No, but
Kim.
she's talking about catering.
She's talking about
No,
it.
she's saying what Miss Caesar has done part-time, on the side, out of her home, has been preparing food for people, friends, neighbors, people in the community that are looking to purchase cooked foods.
And Mr.
So she's
Buscemi,
done that
you
on
know
the
that a
phone.
bar tavern has very minimal food requirements, right? So if you're going to emphasize the food, then let's be a restaurant. If you're not, I'm not going to go through this exercise of food is where the emphasis is, and then all of a sudden we're really just applying for a bar tavern with live music, DJ, karaoke, and recorded. That's not what's going to happen here today.
All right, no karaoke?
No karaoke. We're not doing karaoke.
Well, on your
says
application, you have
karaoke.
karaoke, you have DJ, you have live music, rock bands, acoustic jazz, etc. But I guess you put Caribbean.
Caribbean,
So,
yeah.
right. So are we going to be a
So with
restaurant?
What the Commissioner Kim, if I may?
Yes,
just to
please.
explain,
You
is saying that,
translate
look,
for me.
they may consider doing this as a restaurant. I don't believe the board is looking to license this as another bar with live music, with DJ music. All right? So you're being
That's
told
very
or
well-
asked,
very well
are you willing
translated.
to do away with the concept of DJ and live music?
And I haven't gotten to the hours
And this,
yet.
and put more, and emphasize the food as a Caribbean restaurant. But I get the impression, and they haven't voted yet, but I get the impression the board would vote no to the application is a bar tavern with live music.
So we cannot sell, I cannot get a liquor license?
You can't get again, no one's voted yet. Commissioner Kim is asking you, would you agree to stipulate to no live music and no DJ? If no, I mean, then the answer is no. I mean, that's,
But how am I gonna play music? I mean, how?
you'd only have recorded music without
from the
DJ.
From the computer?
Right.
Play with the computer with no DJs?
No
Would be allowed?
DJs. That's what he's suggesting. I'm not, these aren't my questions, they're his.
There'd be no DJ, no live music.
No live music?
No
Look,
karaoke.
I've gone onto social media based on the reports. I did a search, and this place, as it currently exists, and I know we're not talking about East Savoy today, but it is promoted. There's a main promoter who promotes this place. I've seen the videos. I've seen what goes on here, and it's not what was represented to us today. So I'm here trying to tell you guys, no, I know you want to change it, so that's why I'm giving you an opportunity to change it.
But again,
You don't try, you can't change something when you sign up to do exactly the same thing. And that's what you signed up for. You have a DJ on your application. You have karaoke on your application. You have live music on your application. You just heard all these people
We
complain.
didn't know this. We weren't aware of this. This is new to us.
How could you not be aware of it? There's charges all over the place.
We getting something from somebody else. It's like if you're selling something and I go to you, I'm going, but.
You weren't aware that when you went to buy this place, you weren't aware that they have significant problems with the liquor authority.
Your lawyer was the same lawyer representing the
Yes,
people
it
with the
is. We know
significant
that, but we
problems.
didn't know about the community, what their complaints, because I'm concerned with them too. I'm concerned because I'm a family too. I have kids.
Oh, it's a good start. Well, I think that's important. We're trying to actually say to you that based on the history, not just what they said today, but the long history, and then you just heard today, there's 20 pending violations coming up. So you're about to buy a business that isn't going to be the same type of, in my opinion, and they haven't voted, but in my opinion, is not going to be the same business that you think you're buying. Because I assume if you're going to buy it, you visited the place during their peak hours, right? And but based on, the ads and the social media and the videos, I mean, they get some pretty well-known DJs that come into the area. They draw a big crowd. And you probably went and you're like, wow, what a moneymaker, because there are tons of people here spending tons of money on liquor and alcohol and whatnot, having a great time. And in another venue, in another neighborhood, possibly this is a great business model. But what I'm trying to say to you is in this place, at this time, the business you think you're buying, if I can do anything about it, it's not going to happen. That's what I'm trying to say. So if you're telling me you're going to change the business model and you're going to emphasize food and you're going to work with the community, then there's going to be a very different model as opposed to what you wrote in the questionnaire. No DJ, no karaoke, no live music. You're going to close at 11 p.m. on weekdays and midnight on weekends. That's the restaurant model that we're talking about. Right, if it doesn't work, then we need to see what the different application method of operation is.
I don't know about the music issues, or that might be doable, but I get the impression the hours of operation you're looking for, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. I mean, as Ms. Caesar was telling me, she's looking to bring in her contemporaries, people that she works with. So there'd be an older crowd. It would be starting at the mid-20s and going up age-wise, not the early 20s. But a lot of these people in her industry, they work the midnight. I think you were telling me that,
We finish at 12 midnight.
they finish at midnight.
There's, based on the history here in this neighborhood, I can guarantee you that I never would okay past 1:30, 2 o'clock on any night. So you might want to look somewhere else.
On the weekends?
On the weekend, 2 o'clock?
That's as far as I would go. I'm not even telling you I would go that far.
Right, I know, we're just talking, we're talking. Look.
This isn't a place, I don't think, like Commissioner Kim said, what you saw, if this was to go forward in any way, shape, or form, and I'm not telling you it will, it's going to look significantly different than what you saw. You're going to not be allowed to do what they were doing, and that's even if you're allowed to do anything.
I think the community residents said it best. We try to strike a delicate balance, and the person who came here before us, who
It's
told
obvious
us...
we failed in
We
the last
failed, and at some point, for the residents who live there, who have, and the bass, I know, because when I live in the city, when a car goes by with bass playing and stopped at a red light right in front of my house, I hear it, and I'm floors up from the ground. And you can't expect the community to endure this year in and year out based on what people tell us they're going to do and then not do it. So at some point, you just have to say, okay, we've given the chance for that location as well, and it's not working as that method of operation, so that's where I am. Commissioner Ford, do you have anything as we dominate
Yes.
this conversation?
That's all right, you're doing fine. I agree with Commissioner Kim. I mean, base travels, and it's annoying when it does that, when you don't want to hear it. And I didn't mean to imply earlier that it wasn't. But I'm in full sympathy with the residents, with the community board objection and so forth. I don't think they should have to put up with this. I just think you guys need a different business model at this location.
Would it be possible to put this over to the next board meeting so I could present, sit down with my clients, work out a method of operation different than what's there now, and see whether that may be acceptable? I mean, I'm trying to do this on the
I mean,
fly.
I think we're better off, because of the pending charges, my inclination is just to deny this.
Well, you could 589
That's
on
what-
pending charges.
That's what I'm
and
doing.
That would, and then we'll come back.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm
Realizing what's
saying.
going on.
Yes.
And I didn't know what this was about today. I was surprised I didn't get a 589.
I was too, but I think it was a timing issue.
Right, so.
That's what I'm going to
So it'll
do,
be disapproved.
based on 589. yeah.
Based on 589, and then
For me, I'm not
I
voting for
understand,
him.
I understand. And then I could sit down with my clients and work out, a cohesive plan that we could present.
What's coming up?
20 charges?
There's going to be, I assume Mr. Buscemi's going
I
to
put in
hearing on
a,
that.
They're in
I put in a,
discovery right now,
I
and then
see.
depending on.
Yeah, that's not going to be here.
and the impression I'm getting, the board, based on those charges, the impression I'm getting is the board would not be accepting some offer in compromise short of cancellation, it seems.
I don't know what they are. I have no
I'm
idea.
not sending them anything other than cancellation
Right.
with a surrender.
So that answers your question.
All right, so that answers the question.
So whatever you want to do.
Commissioner Ford, how do you want to do this? Do you want the 589 because of pending charges at this location? We adjourn it, or you want to rule on this?
I disapprove based on 589, that makes sense.
Okay, so we'll just do that then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you answer?
Yes.
Yes, they have.
They have charges, they currently have pending charges that are going to be litigated. And until they're litigated, they're continuing to operate, yes. I don't know that you're legally allowed to do an emergency suspension. I don't think we have enough to do it here.
It's based on the public
I don't know what the
safety
charges are.
threats and violence,
Well, someone got shot, right? May.
not on the case that we have recently. And Mr. Buscemi, as the litigator of Article 78's on summary suspensions, would
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
So what recourse do we have? I mean, we still
keep calling the police when something happens and let us know every time something happens, and we continue to litigate it.
how many more 311 calls can we make? At what point is it?
Also, we understand the frustration. What we're trying to say is that the process is now in motion, and there's nothing legally we can do to do anything. But if you keep calling 311 and 911 to build up the record, it only can help your cause when the time does come. And so I know that's not the answer you want to hear, but we're legally bound. There's nothing we can
And maybe
do
Mr.
to do this.
Mr. Buscemi's client wants to meet with you and hear your problems and stop his behavior, all on his own volition.
Well, I don't know.
And he did come to a community board, and so was that woman there. She was there in the one previous, and they said nothing.
Well, you have a new lawyer in the mix who maybe isn't deaf to your complaints.
Do we know when we come before you again?
It will be scheduled for a hearing soon. So there'll be a hearing on the charges where the police witnesses will come forward. It'll be before an ALJ. After that, a decision's rendered, and it'll come before the members for them to issue a penalty if the charges are sustained.
doesn't work for us, it works for him.
If the charges are sustained, the penalty could be that we shut it. It could not, it may be less than that, but we have the ability to shut it if the charges are proven. I don't myself know what the charges are right now, so I couldn't even tell you.
So I just have one more question. So they could get around that by just shifting ownership to somebody else?
No.
No, they just prevented them from doing
We
it.
just stopped that.
We all work, we all have to come before you each time and take off the entire day.
Well, I think it's pretty clear. You've been here, you're on the record, you can write emails to us, and if you want to get the email, you can, okay. So just make sure you can email, because we understand your time is valuable, and you don't have to come back because you've been here and you're on the record.
And the precinct is very vocal in their opposition to East Savoy.
But just, 311 and 911 calls, being on the record is very important. Okay?
We should have some sort of resolution or answers by at least the end of July.
No. The litigation process is going. I'm not going to predict the timetable, but it's in the process. It all takes time. Unfortunately, too much time, but it does take time.
Thank you.
Next is 4 items, 1563, 64, 1565, and 1568. It's 2945 Restaurant Corp.
Again, Francis Buscemi for the licensee. One of these cases is a default. That's case 107209.
Well, let's take them in order first.
Which one do you want?
So 1563.
Charges not to sustain, dismiss.
Dismiss.
Commissioner Ford?
Dismiss.
Got it. 1564.
I have 2,500. Charges sustained.
1106.
Hold on.
106549.
This is 1564?
Mhm.
You had 2,500? I had more than that.
Based on
The bouncer hit the customer.
Okay. What did you have?
I had 4,000.
4,000?
Because of the history and the bouncer.
All right. I'll do 4,000. Commissioner Ford?
4,000.
Okay.
1565 is
Charges
three
weren't
charges were
sustained.
dismissed.
Dismiss.
I got dismissed as well.
Commissioner?
Dismiss.
Mr. Buscemi, you know you're
Now, this
teetering
is
on a
your-
focal point?
I'm sorry?
Your client is teetering on becoming a focal point?
There's more charges coming down the pike, or?
So now, no, this is the one you're talking about now. You got, now we're up to the no contest. I mean, the
This is a
default.
Default. Again, I looked at the charges from reading the charges.
Is this a new client of yours?
I inherited the client from.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out why we didn't get a response. I mean,
Well, no, I mean, I did the
No, you did
hearings.
it in
I got this
June.
from Neil Vasaki,
And
was their
But the
prior
pleading went
attorney.
out in April.
They indicate, it was a pleading date of April 20. I never saw it. The client said they didn't see it. It was put over till today, so I guess all these cases could be seen together. And the only thing that I would ask is that I be given an opportunity to defend it. There's something that.
See, here's my problem with that, is that they got all the other ones. We just did 3 cases, they got every one of them.
Yes, that's why so why would they stick their head in the sand on this?
But I don't know that it's my problem that they did.
Okay, and all I'm asking for, what I think would be fair would be given an opportunity to review bill of particulars so we see exactly what these charges are all about, and then make a decision to either put in a conditional no contest plea or to defend them if we feel that,
I don't know,
defendable.
whatever you decide on.
I mean, we've had issues with the security guard violations, which oftentimes.
I mean, it's a fine.
Sometimes it does get dismissed. I don't know what charge number 1, the representation issue.
Food. The failure to conform?
No kitchen. No kitchen, no food, no chef.
Everything else.
Which has already been litigated once in 2014. So that one I don't even question.
Yeah, that wasn't me.
I know none of this was you. That's why I'm not that concerned about what you're telling me.
I did the other 3 cases.
There's a no kitchen and there's the same issue, right? Nothing's been done.
I don't know what the books and records, what they're referring to.
Well, I think the main issue here is that there's still no food, found no usable kitchen, no chef on duty, no food stored in the refrigerator, no food being consumed or served. And the manager said he was unaware food must be even available on a daily basis. And that's something that came up previously? How
Yep.
come it's not in the adverse history? Oh, failure
It
to
is,
perform.
yeah.
Oh. So obviously a year ago that they did that, they didn't do anything about it. So I have cancel and bond.
What'd you have?
Cancel and bond. They don't have food. They were already cited for it a year ago, and then they didn't have it, and then they default on top of
All
that.
right, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Again, I would just add that we give an
If
opportunity.
if it was 2 weeks, I would have. This was 2.5 months. There's no way.
I had already put in the other
I'm
month.
not blaming you. I know you weren't there.
I understand that. I already put in, not guilty in the demand for bill of particulars, hoping that,
Okay.
that's it.
That's it.
1492, 200 East 39th Liquors.
Why did we get rid of 1475? All the workers' comp?
Which one?
1475 was on it? Oh,
They did not, they,
so just
Yeah,
keep
just
it off
go
to the
back to
side?
mix, yep.
Oh, I see, okay.
Charles Lin for the applicant. With me, it's sole principal, Sundong Park, and I believe there's some opposition on this application
We'll hear
for a
from
new
the
liquor store.
opposition first, please.
Why don't you both come up to the,
Okay, we're two different.
right, that's all right, just to get it going.
Okay. I'm Lawrence Caden. I'm the president of Winfield Flynn Limited. I think we are listed as the closest liquor store to the proposed people.
You are.
Okay. First of all, as you know from our letters that our sales have declined in the past 3 years. And we attribute that to a lot of reasons. Vacant stores in the neighborhood, more vacant apartments in the area. And all that would happen is this new store, which is within a visual from my store, would just cannibalize the neighborhood even more than, and we have 8 stores in the Murray Hill section alone at the present time. Our margins have decreased over the years. Our costs of doing business have just gone up over the years. The competition is so severe. I'm sure you're aware of the internet and what is happening, especially in New York City. And that's about my story.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Jordan Garfinkel. I am the owner of Sussex Wine and Spirits at 42nd and 2nd, between 41st and 42nd. And I basically have the same qualms as Larry does. I'm not sure exactly, I'd say about 8 or 9 months ago, a store was able to open up a block and a half from me.
Which one was that?
That is in 5 Tudor City. I believe it's called Tudor City Wines.
Oh, Tudor City Wines, yeah.
And I've, since that's open for the year already, my business is down $144,000. I've seen a decrease of 4,280 sales, so basically customers. And it's really hurting. I had to lay off 1 employee already just because of the store, a little tiny store that was opened up a block and a half from me. And from what I've sold, from the size of the store, looking at the location where it's about to go in, this looks like it's going to be a mega one. I'm not exactly sure the square footage, but I know that there was a bank in there before, so it wasn't a little hole in the wall. And it's really, I just don't see how the neighborhood needs it. Like Larry had stated, there's, in Murray Hill alone, there's 8 other stores, with blocks of each other. And I know that they're putting up a building around there, but they're not putting up, I don't believe that one building is going to be enough to sustain a store that big. So it's really just going to be pulling customers from the people that are already there. My store is an established business that's been there 30 years. I believe Winfield has been there, if not longer than that. And
You guys are both on Third Avenue?
no, I'm on 2nd Avenue.
You're on Second and you're on Third?
I'm on 3rd Avenue.
Okay.
And the new store is going to be on the corner of 39.
Right, 39.
As an aside, I've already laid off 2 employees over the last 2-3 years, and If I see a decline in business, it just may continue that way, especially with the increase in wages and
rent
other
going up.
expenses. Yeah, I'm sure he can talk about that.
And you're 30 on Third Avenue, and what's your street, cross street?
7th Street, right on the corner.
Okay,
You can actually see the corner of 39th Street where the new store is proposed.
okay. Thank you.
Can I take a quick adjournment?
Yep.
I just need to check something. Thanks.
Give us 5 minutes.
Get the mics.
Go ahead there, Mr. Lynn.
I had submitted a supplement support of the application on my June 20th, 2016 submission to the Liquor Authority, where I in essence addressed those issues which the opposition has presented. First of all, as far as the closest stores, distance, location, and sales figures, all four of the closest stores are each on different avenues except for Winfield Flynn. Winfield Flynn is on 3rd Avenue, 558 3rd Avenue, the same avenue as applicant, 543 feet away, but has sales around $3.5 million with slight decreases in the last 2 years. Lexington and 40 Inc. is on Lexington Avenue, 345 Lexington Avenue, 595 feet away, and has had 4 years of increasing sales. Jura NY Inc. is on 2nd Avenue, 703 2nd Avenue, 653 feet away, and had 2015 decreasing sales, although the prior 3 years had all increased. And Phajin, P-H-A-J Inc. at 300 East 42nd Street, which is also known as 764 2nd Avenue, has 3.4 million of sales with overall slightly increasing sales. So the four closest stores, only one is really on 3rd Avenue. The others are on Lexington Avenue and 2 on 2nd Avenue. Basically, also to the north, the only one to the south of 39th Street is Winfield. As far as population, the population did increase for the 10 years from Census 2000 to 2010. However, in 2013, the estimates returned to the 2000 numbers, and I put that in as my Exhibit B. However, as noted in that exhibit as well, the density of this area is designated as extremely high. The one thing that's most compelling about this argument is the extensive new residential and commercial construction on Applicant Street, and I had probably overdid it when I supplemented all of the construction that's going on, but I not only listed it, I got Google statements and pictures of those, and then I also sent out my photographer, and he took pictures. 200 East 39th Street, which is applicant's building. They're building what they call the Frontier, which is 19 stories and 91 units. Right next door on East 39th, 210 East 39th Street, is approximately 19 stories with 57 units. These are all brand new, being built presently. 222 East 39th Street, just down the street, called the Nash, 25 stories, 147 units. At 225 East 35th Street, right across the street, 36-story building, 372 units. At 325 Lexington Avenue, which is Lexington and 39th Street, 31 called 325 Lex, 31 stories, 125 units. 593-597 3rd Avenue between 38th and 39th, new construction, 18 stories, 91 units, and the very same people who are doing 593, 597 are also starting 587-591 between 38th and 39th Street. It hasn't been determined how many stories, but again, it's approximately 18 stories. A total of 13 new construction sites or new construction in this area. Again, I will put that pictures, documentation, all part of my Exhibit C, which I annexed to those papers. What is also amazing is the current massive existing towers that are in this area. You have 600 3rd Avenue between 39th and 40th Street, which is the Regus Business Center, 42-story tower. On 605 3rd Avenue, again, we're just right across the street, corner of 39th Street, at just the other side of applicant, is 43 stories. 622 Grand Central Plaza between 40th and 41st, 41 stories, and these are enormous complexes. And then 633 3rd Avenue between 40th and 41st, 42 stories. Right across from applicant on 600 3rd Avenue is the brand new Shake Shack, probably the biggest Shake Shack in the city. It covers both the ground floor and the mezzanine, apparently 4,700 square feet. I attached that also to my Exhibit C. And it was stated in that article that currently the rentals in this area run from $200 to $400 per square foot. And then finally, I added to show that additional public convenience and advantage arguments supporting this application. The realtor set forth, and this is how we found this property. This is a prime corner location in densely trafficked Midtown East Corridor, situated amongst a large office population and strong retail neighbors. And they list the neighbors include Murphy's Wharf Bar and Grill, Horosky, the Black Street, HSBC, FedEx, Kinko's, Just Salad, and the newest Shake Shack. This area receives approximately 13,000 pedestrians passing by on a daily basis. It is an enormously heavy, densely populated East Corridor going towards 42nd Street. And then blocks away, again, is the Grand Central Terminal. And I put all of this in my Exhibit E. In addition to that, we are subletting from TD Bank. They went out of business. Originally, I had put in the application that our client's store was going to be 1,700 square feet. When TD Bank came back to us, after it had been presented to the board of directors, they said, no, you're going to have to be 1,173 square feet, and that's what they sent us a sublease, which we haven't executed yet, but even though there was a letter of intent for 1,700, it's going to be presently 1,173 feet. We're going to keep the main footprint, though, where we do have about 300, 400 square feet of storage in the back, which is where the bathroom is. So we're really going to have about 750, 800 square feet of actual retail space. The breakup of the inventory is going to be 50% wines, 50% liquors. It's not going to be very extensive. It's hard to tell because of the enormous growth in this area as to what is really going to attract the clientele. But I do believe that Winfield Flynn and also Sussex basically are wine stores, higher end. Again, though, I'm not absolutely certain, but we will just be standard brands. Basically, that's all. But because of the enormous growth in this area, I think the public convenience and advantage would be served. In addition to that, from 38th Street, 38th, 39th, 40th, 41st, all the way to 42nd, 5 blocks, you do not have a liquor store on 3rd Avenue, even though you have this tremendous amount of pedestrian traffic. So I would ask that this application be approved.
Mr. Park, have you ever met me? Have we met before?
Did you? Come.
No? Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure. You look familiar, but... That's my only question. No. Do you guys have any other questions?
I mean, I'll tell you what my concern is. You have 4 liquor stores that all are under 1,500 feet away. And while I commend you on finding all these buildings that are going up, if you do the math, as you said, it's a densely populated area. If you do the math, you're adding under 1,000 people to a densely populated area, so the percentage is meaningless.
But also you're going to 2nd Avenue, which has...
Well, you just told me that 2nd Avenue store I shouldn't pay attention to, because it's not...
I didn't say pay attention. Public convenience advantage. You have one on 3rd Avenue. You're a highly densely populated area. You have 2 on 2nd Avenue, you have 1 on Lex, and you have 1 on 3rd. So they are, as you said, 1,500 square feet away, but we're Midtown Manhattan.
It's 3 blocks to go across an avenue. It's nothing.
But this is, you know what's interesting? It's 13 of these developments are on 39th Street. What better public convenience and advantage would be to plop a store right at the core of this enormous growth?
I just pointed out to you that I don't find it as enormous as you do.
Well, you should go
I
there.
mean,
because-
the numbers aren't, even if I give 2 people to every one of those apartments that you mentioned, it's less than 1,000 people in the
But the
area.
area-
The area whole is 60,000. So I just don't see that's not a significant increase to me in the population.
But it's an enormous amount of new structures going up.
Yeah, but
and
they
when
don't
you-
buy liquor. The people are the ones that are going to buy the alcohol.
And when you develop an area, it's continuously developing. To go there was really amazing as to the extent I had never been in that area before, and I had never seen the type of towers and development other than maybe 42nd Street when I went to a store that I was protesting with regards to the west side on West 42nd Street. Probably that was analogous to what's going on here. And the sales, you have 2 stores, 3.5 million. Yes, it's gone down a little bit, but oh my God, to say that they have laid off 2 employees because of the drastic decline, it's a slight decline. The other one also has 3.4 million in sales. We're slightly increasing sales.
Commissioner Ford, do you have any questions?
No, not at all. I'm good.
Okay, all right. So, go
It
ahead.
seems to me, I'm sorry, after I said I don't have anything to say, I guess I do. I've looked at, the other stores seem to be doing, maintaining their business. Actually, even, some of them going up. So, I'm not sure that another one would be that big of an impact negatively.
Well, the way I look at the numbers just from 14 to 15, you kind of, Winfield had a 130,000 decrease. Wine Shop had about 35,000 decrease, and then 35,000 increase for the next one. And then you have about 80,000, almost 100,000 decrease for the following one, and then about 70,000 increase. So net, and then the 5th closest also had a significant drop. I don't know what that was.
Well, that's some anomaly of a store that's like 500 square feet.
Keeping that one aside,
out of the
I think
mix.
net you've had a decrease. So even with all these constructions, I mean, I used to live right in this area, and I know this area well. The geographic distribution, because of the Midtown Tunnel, it kind of, the location of all the other liquor stores, it kind of services the residential towers that are in existence now. And granted, there's some construction, but as the chairman pointed out, I don't think the construction necessarily calls for another store at this time, so I vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well for the reasons I stated before. There's 4 stores in under 1,500 feet away from the applicant's location. And while this, as Commissioner Kim pointed out, the sales appeared, when you add them together, appear static at this point. And you've pointed out that the population is pretty much static, and I don't believe that there are buildings going up. There's no question about that. But as I said, it's at most it will add 1,000 people to the area as residents, and I just don't see any need at this time. So I don't see any public need or public convenience or advantage. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Looking at the figures, I see the first one is kind of static. Winfield, Lexington looks like they've gone up. Jura looks like they've gone up. Sussex looks like they've gone up. And this other one, this 5th one, is something's weird about that one. Something happened. The bottom looks like it fell out on them. So we'll disregard that one. But I would vote to approve.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
1498, JER Deli Corp.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
1498, did you say?
Yep.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Rob Lazazzaro for JER Deli, along with Mrs. Marmel, Rosa Marmel.
No contest.
There were 5 boxes of illegal prescription drugs.
And 4 Joker poker machines.
Correct.
They were selling penicillin?
Correct. They've had their liquor license 2004. There has been no adverse history at all in the 12 years, except for this, and it's not to make light of this, Commissioners. What it was prescription penicillin. In that area, as you're probably well aware, there are a lot of illegal immigrants that didn't have access to health care. Unfortunately, that's not their job. They know they're wrong. They apologize. They admitted it, that they're wrong, and it's been the only negative thing on their history in the last 12 years. The poker machines are gone since this incident. Nothing else has happened, and as I stated earlier, in 12 years, there's been no incidents besides this.
I understand they're trying to help out a particular community that has limited access to prescription drugs.
Yes, sir.
But if you turn an EB into a drugstore,
I'm not making light of it.
No, I'm not making light of it either. I'm just saying it's, you know.
It was penicillin, and I know it's illegal, and they know that.
What's Dorival? I don't even know what these are. Anadent.
It was
Amoxicillin and tetracycline.
It was penicillin.
Acetaminophen.
No, there were others too, right? It wasn't just penicillin.
Yes, and then the acetaminophene.
Are they all forms of penicillin? I don't.
Correct. There was nothing to do with like Vicodin or any kind of anything like that, or narcotics. These are
Were there any arrests made?
Yes.
There was one ticket issued to Mr. Marmel, and it was reduced down to a violation. We appeared at Nassau First District Court in Hempstead.
But he was arrested. Correct?
Correct.
Yes. That's part of the charge change in fact.
Now, have these other two Hempstead locations come before us yet? It says there's 2 other referrals regarding other licensed establishments.
I haven't seen them here yet.
And to my knowledge, as I stated earlier, Commissioners, this is their first adverse history here, and I had heard Commissioner Kim mention earlier that the board's premise is everyone deserves a second chance.
No, that's not. I said, I try to, this is why it's dangerous to actually think and speak into this mic sometimes, because people will spin it the way they want to. I didn't say everybody deserves a second chance.
No, I understand.
I said, I start with the premise of trying to give people second chances.
I misquoted you.
And no, I mean, I'm just trying to clarify myself, because you're not the only one who might have heard it a particular way. And I might have actually said it in a way that you said it. So I'm not really admonishing. I'm just saying, trying to clarify what I had said.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm going to say no more, because the more I keep talking, the more it's going to be thrown at me.
No, thank you very much. They were extremely apologetic. They took responsibility right away. They never did not admit that they were wrong. They know they did a terrible thing and it was wrong, and they know it's not going to happen again, and it hasn't happened.
What happened after 12 years of clean record? What happened in February of 2016?
It was just,
Did the manager change? Did the
No,
owner
it's
no longer come out to the
somebody
store?
had brought this to their attention, and stupidly, ignorantly, they decided to do this. It was a money issue. I mean, this is their only source of income. They're married. They have a 15-year-old, a 13-year-old, and a 3-year-old.
How long were they selling for?
Since 2004. Oh, me, I mean,
Selling drugs?
for,
Obvious that there was some kind of operation because they got 4 other stores.
it was a little,
Other stores, I'm
to my knowledge, it was a little under a year.
So how long was it that you were selling the drugs for?
Like 1 year.
1 year? I don't know, what do you want to do?
That's why you get to vote first.
Commissioner Ford,
But what does
you want
the drugs have to do with the Joker poker machines?
Nothing.
Absolutely
Nothing.
nothing. It just
Nothing.
happens to be the same charge. I mean, it was all brought up at one time.
But it's a little more disconcerting to me.
Yeah, what do you think, Commissioner Ford?
Allow me to ask a stupid question. I'm not clear on who was selling drugs. Who was doing that?
You, right?
Yes.
It was at the location. It was someone worked at the location.
An employee was selling drugs.
But
Correct.
the premise here is that everyone knew what was going on.
Correct.
Yeah.
They're not denying that, Commissioner.
All right. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
You're welcome.
So what do you think, Commissioner Ford?
Can I ask how long the Joker poker machines had been there?
Like 1 year and about 2 years.
They were removed immediately, obviously, and they have not been back there. There's been no other issues. There's been no calls to the police. Since 2004, the police have never been there for any incidents, obviously, except for this, which is a large incident.
It wasn't just the
That's what I
police, you
heard.
had the DEA there.
I understand.
It's the drugs part that's really disconcerting.
I'm comfortable with whatever penalty is appropriate, and I will request that I go last.
We're going to switch this around
I don't
next
think he
time.
can make that request. All right, $8,000.
All right, I'll do 8,000.
Thank you very much.
Why don't we do 8,000?
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Have a good day, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1568C, it's request for declaratory ruling.
Hey, Carrie, can you explain to him the order of voting and how it usually works?
Yes, sir.
Off the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
See? Yes.
C.
How you doing?
Oh, good, thank you. This is a situation where my client's looking to apply for an OP full liquor license, and I think that the law is pretty clear in this situation. There are three issues. One, whether it's on the same street or not, and then secondly and thirdly is whether the initial application was misinterpreted under the 200-foot rule, and if the neighboring establishments obtained their OP licenses either through gross error or something else.
No.
No.
Well, I'm not going to deal with the other establishments. We certainly can go check them. But my view is that this is on the same street.
There's no indication that it is. It's a...
It takes up the whole block.
But there are no entrances on that block. The law says that the entrances have to be in the block. There's even a case where a church, I believe, tried to put a rear entrance onto the same block, and it was denied. I think that's the case of...
It's deemed to be on both corners.
It's on the corner, so it's deemed to be on both corners. The
The
door doesn't have to be on that street, is my view of it. As long as it's on the corner. The building itself is on two corners.
The building is across the street, and the entrances and exits are both on 86 and I believe it's 84th. So there's no actual entrance on Columbus Avenue. In fact, it's a gate. There's a metal fence that runs the...
I know this school well because was actually going there every Sunday for the past 6 months. So I entered through that entrance that we're talking about. You're right that there is no actual entrance on Columbus Avenue. You're correct.
That is
There
my
is-
understanding.
But there is an entrance right there on the corner, which, because this school takes up this whole block, that entrance then is deemed to be on Columbus as well as 84th Street.
But it's not on the corner. It's off the corner.
Well, I mean, when you say corner, I guess what we're saying is...
But according to Mr. Sender's report, it's significant amount of feet off the corner. We're looking at...
Is it significant?
But it's a
amount of
yard,
feet?
right?
Yeah, it's fenced in.
But even if it's a yard, that's not
Go
even,
ahead.
that's not even used as an entrance.
It's whether or not the building is located on the corner, not whether or not the entrance is
Right,
located on
that's
the
what
corner.
I thought. Yeah, it's the building on the
entrance
corner.
is down away from the corner a little bit, but the building itself is deemed to be on both
No,
streets.
he's saying that, and I think that's my recollection of the school, because I'm familiar with it too, is that the building here is off the corner, but the property is the whole corner.
I'm not
No,
disputing
the
what
building is
property
on the corner, meaning there's a sidewalk, obviously, and
Right.
then there's the corner. The entrance is a little bit off the corner up on 84th Street, but not significantly to the point where, I mean, because like you said, there's a yard. It's like a fenced-off area, right?
But
Not a full yard. It's not a schoolyard. It's just fenced off.
But if you visit the property, there is no entrance on Columbus Avenue.
we agree
It's
with
on
that, but that's not the
84th
law.
or 85th Street. But I pointed out to the case law on this, and the case law says that the entrance has to be on the same street. I mean, there have been instances where
Right, but if
churches,
the
or
corner,
schools...
yeah, you're right. It has to be on the same street. And what we're saying is if the building's on the corner, then it's deemed to be on the same street of both streets, 84th and Columbus. And then where the entrance is, as Carrie's pointing out, doesn't have to be, the entrance itself doesn't have to be one of those entrances like a bodega on a corner where you walk in diagonally and it's like that. It's, as long as the building is on the corner, then you got two streets.
Okay, I understand that it's on two streets, but all all the classifications for the entrances state that it's on 84th and 85th Street. Nothing says Columbus Avenue.
84th and 83rd, you mean, not 85th?
I think it's 84th and 85th, Commissioner.
No, it's 83rd and 84th. I'm looking at your.
Yes, 83rd Street. I apologize. So everything indicates that the entrances or addresses for this location are on 84th and 83rd.
We're not denying that.
Right, but then what I'm looking at is the case law on it says it has to be an entrance on the same street. There's absolutely no entrance, and to say that
You're not dealing, in the case law you supplied, and I could be wrong, none of the buildings were on the corner. So therefore, you're right. In those instances, it would have to be on the same street. Here, this building is on both streets.
But the entrances are off.
Go ahead.
I was just advised that a Gorman case in 1949 resolved this and said if the building is on the corner, it doesn't matter where the entrance is, it's deemed to be on both streets, whether the entrance is on the same street as the proposed premise or not.
That's the case that counsel's office cited to in the memo.
Yeah.
So,
And using the Pythagorean theorem, I guess.
Gorman's Restaurant, V. O'Connell,
Yes.
1949.
Well, how is it reconciled then that the report by even Mr. Senders has it at more than 200 feet?
How does that? He has it at 166 feet.
If you take his measurements and you add them up together, it's really, you can't interpret how he did that.
You have to use the Pythagorean theorem because the straight line is that diagonal, the hypotenuse. So you have to add up 120 squared plus 88 squared equals this hypotenuse squared, right? So I actually came out with 149. He came out with 166. That's because he used 220 as opposed to 202, what he wrote here. Anyway, the point being is that you're doing this, you're not adding up 120 plus 88, because then you're just going like this.
You don't know how he did it.
No, I know how he did it. He used the Pythagorean theorem.
I looked at his report. I couldn't interpret that. I didn't know you had to be advanced calculus to take these measurements.
It's basic. Well, I'm sorry. So the way he did it was you're not going straight down the street and then moving over. It's as the crow flies, I guess, and you're taking it from that entrance point over to the other entrance point. And the way you calculate it is you have to take the square of the distance from the entrance to the Columbus Avenue side of the street where the restaurant is, plus the square of the corner of Columbus down to 489 Columbus, and then you take the hypotenuse over and you square that. So then, yes, there is some math being done, but that's how you calculate distance.
And I understand that, and I understand how you got it
comes out
out.
to 149 feet.
But how do you also reconcile that the place next door is able to get an OP license?
Well, that we have to look at. They may not have done what you did, which is go and do the work beforehand. And if they didn't and told us it wasn't within 200 feet, then they're in big trouble.
Right. I cite a couple of restaurants in there that.
I don't know. We
contain
have to we have to check that, but that doesn't really affect what we're doing here.
Well, citing the cases also that I presented to you, I believe that the entrance has to be on the same block, not the building. But
Okay.
that's the case law I presented.
And we found a
for your-
case that says otherwise. So,
Okay.
I mean.
And that
go
case
ahead.
is Gorman's Restaurant
Yes,
versus.
I'll give you the site. Hold on. 275 AD 166, 1949.
And you sure that these other restaurants you're talking about are OPs and not just beer and wine?
Yes, I cited the license numbers and I provided copies from the SLA.
Okay.
So we'll go check, but.
All right, so, my vote is that this does fall within the 200-foot law.
That's my vote as well.
My vote as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hang on a second. Who? I'll have to find it, but let me get the next one, okay?
I will acknowledge that.
1484 El Picacito Bar Lounge.
For El Picacito, Marcotti and Associates by Louis Cesari. Good afternoon.
I'm sorry, what number was that?
1484.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Go right ahead.
Oh, yes, this is, obviously, the charge of staying was for serving a underage. I can say, I have spoken to the owner and the manager, and they have relieved the former security company, which was Premier Security, and they have retained, obviously, based on this incident, new security company, which is True Blue Security, and I'd be more than happy to provide that contract. I just don't have it with me today. This is their first incidents with a sale to a minor for as long as they've had the license.
Building up quite a history here.
That they are, but a lot of it is,
All right, 3,000.
I'm going to go higher because of their history.
Okay.
I'm going to go 4,000.
All right, I'll do 4,000 because of the history.
Because they're very close to a cancel and bond.
yes, Your Honor, Commissioner. I
Commissioner
do
Ford,
understand.
your vote?
4,000, agreed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
1544 Green Dragon Liquors. It's a package store removal.
Good afternoon. Brian Solomon for the applicant. I have with me, this is the wife of the principal of Green Dragon. Her husband is home sick with the shingles, so we don't want him anywhere here.
Good call.
And I believe there is one objection.
They here?
Yes.
Come right up.
My name is Bhadresh Patel. I'm from Pratham Enterprise. An applicant put an application before, and I mentioned my letter, and you guys already denied them. And this location is, from my location, is like 446 feet.
Okay. Thank you.
My name is Yuno Ken. I'm the owner of the vintage wine, Amboy Vintage Wine and Liquor.
Which one?
Amboy Vintage Wine and Liquor.
Amboy. Next second.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, it is acknowledged that there was a previous application at a different location. The previous location was closer and also on Amboy Road.
Closer to who?
Closer to the gentleman in the pink shirt.
It wasn't it 500 feet then? How close was the previous location?
Less than the, right now I have.
Yes, about.
That does. I'm not. It doesn't matter. I'm just. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
If you look at the geography of the three locations, Nelson Avenue intersects with Amboy Road, which intersects with Giffords Lane, which is his store is on the corner.
No,
His store is on the corner of Giffords and Amboy, which leads to two totally different residential neighborhoods from Nelson Avenue, where this new location is. So again, we think, based upon those factors and certain other factors, one specifically that this new location has parking where the previous application didn't, he doesn't. There's a separate parking lot available. And again, like I said, Nelson Avenue goes back towards Highland Boulevard where her current location is.
But and am I correct in saying that the only reason she's moving this or he's moving it is to sell it?
Well, that's part of it, and also, again, reason why he's
So who's putting up, do we already have a buyer that wants the store there?
Yes, and there's an application pending.
And the store's going from 440 square feet to 880?
Yes.
And what, other than that, there's no difference, it's the same store?
Right, I mean, yes.
So do they sell anything that these two guys don't sell?
Yes, they will be selling more
Not
wines.
will they, what are they selling now? You just told me it's the same store.
I'm sorry. Yes, I mean, organic wines, again.
How many organic wines do you have now?
About 60-40 ratio.
I'm asking her. How many do you have?
I have about 15 organic wines from New York and our tri-state area, about 25 from California, also from France, from Chile, from Australia.
Organic wines from all those countries? So how many in those other countries?
Many different countries because
So how many do you have total of organic wines?
I can't say total because I also sell kosher wines which close to organics because they can't have all chemical elements in them. And furthermore, we are, unlike our opposition, we're from Staten Island. We're Staten Islanders for a long time. We lost our house in Sandy. I lost my business in Sandy. The area where we used to be, many people left because of Sandy. So we put all eggs in one basket. This store is the only thing we have left. That's it.
And one of the factors I just want to mention, why they think they'll be successful here as opposed to why they want to move, is the current landlord, the rent is double of what the rent is going to be here on Nelson Avenue.
The rent that they're paying now is double what they're going to be paying?
Yes.
More than double.
Almost double.
Plus, I want parking space.
I know. I mentioned the parking.
Okay.
So, Commissioner Ford, do you have anything?
Looks like hurricane sales have declined for everyone, even before Hurricane Sandy did.
All right, there's some, in the notes, it says 12 months preceding Hurricane Sandy, the licensee's gross sales were a decrease of 37% since 2009.
Yeah.
So I think Hurricane Sandy might have exacerbated it afterwards, but there was definitely significant decline prior to Hurricane Sandy.
Correct. I mean, I agree.
All right. Well, look, we have to look at this. We sympathize and empathize with her situation, that she wants to get out and sell this. But we have to look at this as if it were a new application, and she's proposing to move 446 feet, a 2-minute walk from the closest store. That's smaller than what she's going to be putting in. And then within a mile, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stores there, and sales fairly flat if you take the net total of all of them. And so I just don't see the added public convenience and advantage of moving to this particular location, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. The closest store's sales have decreased significantly, and it is only 450 feet away. And then we did issue one a mile away in June of 2014. We haven't even seen the effects of that yet on these other stores. So I just don't see any public convenience and advantage to moving to this location at this time. So I vote to deny.
Commissioner?
I vote to deny as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One second. 1568G and H, JC Hospitality. We're also going to need 1568J. Method of,
G, H, and J. All right, here we go.
How do you end up so last? If you were here, one of the earliest people here, weren't you?
That's a good question.
I kept asking him that.
You want to put your name on the
Rob
record?
Rob Skeen, Skeen Law Firm, and Tina
Piet.
co-counsel, representing JC Hospitality LLC. I believe that we have a conditional no contest plea and also a separate change in method of operation application.
All right. So as to the penalties, based on the history of all this noise, I have a counter at 10,000.
That's right where I am.
This was your second charge for maximum occupancy, second.
Yeah, all of that, so
I
10,000.
believe that the municipality the local justice court has dismissed those charges.
That doesn't, that's not
I
really.
know, just trying to
No,
throw
I
my
understand.
2 cents in here, and also
I
the
took all
fact
of that into,
we have entered into stipulation with the town as well.
right, so that's the change in method of operation, right?
Yeah, so everyone.
Commissioner Ford, are you okay with 10,000? Or what countering, are you accepting? Yes? Commissioner Ford, 10,000?
10,000.
Okay. That's good.
We can accept it, right?
Yeah, we're authorized to accept it.
All right, great. And then the change of method, you entered into a stipulation on June 29th with the town,
That is correct.
and it was certified by the judge?
It will be actually filed in Supreme Court.
And the town certified 8 o'clock, right? You're asking for 9, but the town said 8?
We are, yes. So
Okay.
we are going
So
to.
I assume we're asking for 8 now.
Yes, we are abiding by the stipulation.
So we're gonna,
The application was put in prior to the stipulation. The stipulation was
approved based
negotiated
on the
until
stipulation.
rather recently.
Right, but, so my question, and this goes back to what we discussed last time, and have read this a couple times. We have a restaurant, and I'm not arguing that you serve food and it's always available, but it looks like it seats 149, and then outside seats another 70, meaning the deck and the lawn seats another 72, am I wrong, or 77, something like that?
The occupancy, it's 236.
And we need 400 people in here?
No, I don't believe it's that they need it. I believe that this.
Because I have never been to a restaurant that has almost double the amount of people that can be seated inside it and still called it a restaurant.
It's a shore restaurant. It's a, seasonal
Oh,
restaurant.
we're getting back. Now we're talking about what it actually
It's a
is.
seasonal restaurant, though, and it's only, obviously, they're
But you
only
want
open-
room for 200 people that don't have seats.
There's
There's
it's on a
seating outside.
beach. So part of the occupancy.
It's not on the beach, it's on a pond.
No, there's a beach that has an occupancy level of 200.
But you're not licensed.
No, I understand that, but it's part of the property. This is a pre-existing
Hotel, I know what it is.
and restaurant.
And when it was a hotel before, it never had these kinds of issues.
Well, that is true, but quite
They
honestly.
weren't coming in telling me we have a beach with all these people that need to go.
I'm just explaining the occupancy levels. That's what was given.
And
by-
I understand what the stipulation is, but I don't know what my colleagues are doing, but I can't approve 395 people for a restaurant.
We have
when you only have 200 seats.
We have occupancy for 550, and they've
That's-
voluntarily worked into a stipulation with the town to
I
bring it to
understand. I understand what the C of O says, but that doesn't mean that a restaurant has to have that many people in it.
I just have to, I think without actually being at the site, the configuration of this is.
No,
that
your
there's-
map is very good. I see the configuration.
So there are actually tables that are also, if I don't have it right in front of me, but there are tables on the deck also.
I'm counting those. That's 72 seats. You have 42 seats inside, 72 on the deck, and 35 out on the lawn.
And there's 112, there's an additional 112. That map is not very good, actually. I had to sit down with my clients and go over where their maximum occupancies were and where their tables are and where they actually do serve food. So food service is available.
How many people can you sit for dinner at one time?
236.
And once again, we're back. You want 400 people.
That also includes staff. The 395 number includes.
I mean, because here's my problem: is how many cars does your parking lot hold?
This premises.
Because this is all residents across the street.
Actually, there are no residences directly across the street. They're up on a different road in the back. There's a hill there. There's no houses that are directly across from this.
Your drawings are terrible. It's
I
not
know, they
giving
were
us a good
submitted
idea.
they had an expediter do them in 2012. And I just have to point out that as far as the history of this premises, there have been since 2012, there was one CNC offer back in 2012, I think. So for 3 years, that is the history of this until last summer. So we're very thankful in a way that this all came to light and that the method of operation change had to be put forth. And the town has approved and states in the stipulation that
I don't care what the town's approved. We have a number of noise complaints over the past year during the summer season, And yes, the town has now worked out that you can have your live music. I probably will give you your live music. I'm not putting 400 people in a restaurant. That doesn't seat 400 people.
If I may, that area also includes the lounge, the foyer, and
Two stand-up bars as well.
and the beach. So I'm not saying the beach is, at some point, I'm not saying that the beach is used after, 8 o'clock for people to sit out there and carry on. It's just the maximum
Listen,
occupancy.
you have to, you can tell me all you want. I'm not putting 400 people there. I can't speak for them, but I'm not putting 400. So you should come up with a number.
Are you trying to say that the 200 out on the beach, is that they have to go through the restaurant to get to the beach?
Yes.
You have to go through some point, either through the lounge area out on the deck or through the restaurant around. And quite honestly, not because the beach is an issue, but the total occupancy of this premises, as per the fire marshal, is 554.
And now, if you had a club, we might put 554, but you're telling me you're a restaurant.
This is not, they are not acting as a club. That's not even.
Right,
the
you're
charge.
telling me you're a restaurant. I have yet to be in a restaurant that has double the occupancy of the number of people that can be seated.
But it's not just a restaurant. That's the difficult part of this. They have hotel guests. They have 21 hotel rooms.
The hotel guests are welcome to come. I'm not telling you can't have hotel guests there.
When you look, I think though, when you look at the diagram, what we are legally allowed is not for nightclub purposes. It's not for nightclub purposes.
Listen, you're not listening to me. I have a year of noise complaints. That last summer, there were multiple noise complaints. Yes, they were dismissed in court. So what? That doesn't mean they're dismissed here. And I'm not convinced that this stipulation that you have entered into with the town is going to alleviate those noise complaints. And I'm not telling you that I won't let you have more later, but you're not getting 400 people on my end today. Now, maybe you can go to a vote and see what they will give you, but I'm not giving you 400.
I think the fire marshal, I don't know how to explain this. In the restaurant portion and on the decks where people sit in lounge type, there's tables and chairs, and there's food available there also. So I don't know how to explain that.
No, I think how you explain it is I think what he's asking is if you're calling it a restaurant, how many chairs, sofas, bar stools are there total? And you said 236. Is that right?
And I don't even know if it's that high based on what your thing is, but
part of the problem is your diagram is so terrible compared to what you're trying to explain to us that it's hard for us to figure this out, right? But so we're trying to figure out what is that number of seats.
That number is 395, and that also includes
395 seats?
No, 395.
So why don't
We've
the question
stipulated
is,
with the
we're not asking you about the stipulation. We understand it's 395 plus 50 people waiting outside, blah blah blah. We get that. All we're asking you is
395 includes workers, staff, bouncers, everybody.
But
that's
is that
there.
my question? My question and Chairman's question is how many chairs, how many butts to seats can you get? That's what we're trying to we're not saying that's what we're going to limit you to. That's just one of those factual questions to help us get to where we're trying to get to here.
Because I don't see anywhere near 400 seats.
If I show you.
But is there no answer to that question of how many seats
don't you
are
know?
there? If you don't know, just say you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, good. We're getting somewhere. What about you? Do you know how many seats there are?
Can we stipulate, though? Will we be able to stipulate that we will have enough seating and tables for the maximum occupancy of guests?
But see, here's the problem, is your application is supposed to be showing me what your seating capabilities are, and it does. You're telling me that's not correct. The diagram in here has tables, has the number of seats at each table, and actually says 22 tables, 72 seats. 5 tables, 35 seats. Inside, 17 tables, 42 seats. So now I'm supposed to say you guys don't know how many seats and that the application is wrong. So I don't know where to go. And then you got 24 seats at the bar.
There's a part of that deck that has 112 capacity that's outside to the, I'm just
See,
picturing.
but capacity, when you say capacity, are you saying seats, or are you saying that it can hold 125 people?
It's both. There are tables and chairs in the area. There's a restaurant portion that has 236 seats, but then there's a portion to the, if you're looking at the diagram, to the right of where the restaurant seats are outside. There's a deck area, and that area also has tables and chairs there.
Where do you have 236 seats inside the restaurant?
Not inside, it's inside and out. It's inside and out.
I don't know. I feel like these aren't really
So
tough
there,
questions.
based on what this diagram says, then it looks like 250 to me of customers.
If I just may, Chair, the fire marshal is at this location
I'm not, listen, I'm not worried about people burning up in the restaurant. What I have issues with is that we had noise for all of last summer that nobody took care of. Now you're telling me you did take care of it with the town. I'm not convinced that what you did is going to do it.
You know, if I may, the town itself dismissed in the interest of justice on their own initiative half of these charges in March. I have represented the noise charges. I had motions, I had asked, and council agreed very nicely, to wait until these cases were adjudicated, because I thought that there were some issues with it. And the town, after these charges were dismissed on June 26th or June 27th, this stipulation was entered into after.
The 29th.
But actually, those weren't my instructions. You called me and I said the hearing was to proceed. It was the associate counsel who adjourned it. My instructions were that that hearing was to proceed, that what happened in the town court was not dispositive.
No, I understand that.
Right, but
and
you're saying that the council agreed and that's actually was not the directions from me.
No, what I'm saying was that they could, the town, what I'm saying is this, very simply. The town could have addressed these charges much sooner than March and June of this year, much sooner. And I'm saying that
That may
because-
be the case. I don't have any control over
What you're
that.
saying is that they
Mr.
didn't
Chairman,
do anything, but.
I'm not saying that.
The town and my client have entered into good faith negotiations. They're working together, bringing the community and my client's premises
And
together.
I have my own responsibilities, and they're not to the town, and they're not to the community. And I'm not convinced that this problem is going to be solved by putting 400 people in this restaurant.
Which
That's
is
my view.
Is 150 less than what they were legally entitled to.
There you go again. You're making this so much more complicated because I'm not even saying I agree with the chairman. I'm just trying to get answers to a simple question. You're not prepared. Your map is not indicative of what you're saying it really looks like, and then you don't know the numbers. So I'm just trying to get answers so that I can figure out if I agree with the chairman or not. So this is like, and then we keep spinning back and forth, and you keep telling me what the stipulation says, what the fire marshal says. That's not answering my question, and you don't know. So is there a way you can go, we can adjourn this we can recall. Can you call the people and ask whoever made this diagram or whoever should know the layout of this restaurant, how many seats are there going to be? That's my question. I just want that answered. I'm not saying I agree with him, actually. I'm trying to figure this out, but you're not giving me anything to figure this out with. You're just repeating, because you came in here with the understanding, and I see it now, and this is why it's even more frustrating. You came in based on what you just said, oh, the town stipulated, and we waited for this, and therefore the SLA should just rubber stamp what the town's saying. And I think you're hearing from the chairman that the SLA, we have our own obligations and duties that we need to execute as a board, and it doesn't matter. Yes, it influences and we take it into consideration, but that's not dispositive of what's going to happen here. And you need to come in with that mindset and answer the questions I'm asking you so we can figure this out.
All due respect, a restaurant is specifically defined in the ABC law, and we have met those definitions.
Yeah, but it
does
doesn't-
nowhere says anything about seating of ratio of how many tables have to be
No
seated.
one said.
There's no
Did I
ratio
say
in
that?
the
Did I
ABC
say
law.
that though? I just want to know the answer to these questions.
I'm telling you that, to me, based on the history there, that 395 people is too many. And I asked you how many, I'm going on your diagram, and I've asked you, we're going in circles.
We are.
And I've asked you how many tables and seats your diagram specifically lays out. How many tables, how many seats? It's significantly less than 395. So if you can't answer his question, I don't even know where to go to on a number, because I can only go based on what is going here, what's on this application.
Commissioner Ford, do you have anything?
Yes, Commissioner Kim, I just sent you a Google snapshot, I don't know if you got it yet, of what this place looks like. The complaints that you guys have received for noise, were they across the water?
There were two that were across the water, and those were the only complaints. It wasn't like there was a petition where there were 100 people, and I understand that by looking at the pleadings, that it was pled that this was a public nuisance. However, there were two complainants very consistently.
Well, and that, to be clear, last summer when I first got here, we got a call from the Village of Montauk, from residents out there, about how problematic not just this location was, but other ones as well. And enforcement from my agency, this agency, had to go out there and do enforcement actions. And as a result, here we are on some of them.
And we have offered a $10,000 penalty to settle this.
There's no question, but now we're moving on. So do you want to go and find out how many seats at tables that you have that actually customers can come in and eat? Or
Yes, we will find that information out. Could we have a recess on this?
yes.
(1504) and 1505. Marissa? There we go. Sorry.
Good afternoon, John Dirk Call on behalf of Harissa LLC.
What number, please?
I requested the reconsideration of our conditional no contest plea of $6,000 in connection with two incidents of underage drinking.
Excuse me, Secretary?
Yes.
What number was this?
1504 and 1505.
I don't know.
I don't know why. I think I was okay with this.
I'm
Yeah, I think I might have.
well, because my view is the first one is $3,000, and then we graduated up on the second sale at $6,000.
I think there was some indication that there was an allegation that the restaurant was operating with darkened windows, and that may have factored into the board's determination, and that is absolutely not correct.
Well, it's not. It didn't factor into my determination.
The other thing
It was some mistake that was left on the screen, so it was taken off.
Visibility charge.
So I'll go to 9,000, but that's
The other thing to consider is that this is something that happened. They didn't learn of this except at the same time, and this is a husband and wife
Sorry, was there
operation.
another sales to minor prior to? This was only two. Oh.
Yeah, so they learned about the
Only
two
two.
incidents at the same time, so they couldn't take corrective action.
Right,
They've
so
been in business.
oh, they learned. They didn't hear about the first. They waited 7 months to go back in there.
Yeah, and so they couldn't take corrective action. They've been in business for approximately 14 years at a different location, and they have a clean record. This is a husband and wife operation. A $9,000 fine would be a hardship to them, and it's respectfully requested that the board reduce.
Did they do a nuisance abatement action against them?
We don't have the nuisance abatement action.
Did
We
they
just-
do? Do you know?
Not that I know of, Your Honor. They've taken corrective action. They have scanners now. They've done more employee training, and it's respectfully requested that the board reduce the fine, because this would be truly a hardship for them to have to pay $9,000. It's a slow time of year for them.
I'll accept the 6,000.
6,000.
Thank you so much.
Oh, wait, we got another vote.
I accept 6,000 also.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay. 1547, DAG Route or DAG Route 9W
If
Corp.
it makes you feel better, the first one, they went out in July, but the police didn't send it to us until December.
All right, I think that's why.
They knew about the July one when they had the one in January.
Right.
No, but I believe Rush Myers is across the corner. The two of them together.
No, I know, but isn't 400 a lot of people in that place?
Yeah, it's all outside on the Beecham Terrace.
Good morning, good afternoon. Robert Lewis for Dagwood 9W Corporation.
I'm sorry, what was the number?
1547.
Yes. 1547. Do they know the prior licensee?
No, they have absolutely no connection with them. This place was out of business for a couple of years before they leased it. This is, by the way, completely different operation, different hours, different people.
What are their hours?
It'll be 12 noon to 10 p.m., And it is a Mexican restaurant.
Monday through Sunday?
It'll be every day of the week, correct? Every day of the week, yeah.
Every day of the week till 10 p.m.?
12 p.m., 12 noon to 10 p.m.
No DJs,
No DJs, no live music, no karaoke,
no promoters?
No.
And you don't know any of the previous licenses?
No.
Commissioner Ford, do you have any questions?
Nope, none at all.
All right, based on those comments, I'll approve.
I'll approve as well with the stipulation that there's no promoters, no DJs.
12 to 10 p.m.
And 12 to 10 p.m.
Absolutely.
Every day. Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
Ford?
I approve as well. I looked this over and I found no reason to deny, so I approved also.
Thank you.
1511, TBM Manhattan.
Hello.
I'm sorry,
1511.
Yes, sir. Do we have anybody from Community Board 3 here?
Are you the,
I'm on behalf of the applicant.
is the applicant here?
No.
You want to put your name on the record, please?
My name is Marek Schwede.
Where's the applicant?
She's actually home right now. She just had a baby.
Well, we can adjourn it, or I will deny it, one or the other. She's got to be here.
Okay.
It's a 500-foot case. It's very, you'd want to give her as much opportunity to get this approved, so it's in your interest.
Okay, then we adjourn, of course.
7/19?
7/19?
July 19th?
Well, she just had a baby, so is that going to?
All right.
Well, the baby is 3 months old.
3 months old?
Yeah.
All right.
She works at night at the restaurant, and
So the kid's probably walking by now. So 7/19.
7/19. Okay.
Thank you.
1513. Oh, boy. Almana Natal. Thank you. I'm tired.
Sorry about the tongue twister. Good afternoon. Louis E. Rodriguez from Goldstein and Rodriguez. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Okay, the application before you is for an RW in Queens. Mr. Kaya had been here before in 2014 for an OP, which was denied because there were some issues with the 500-foot rule at that time. Nobody answered the 500-foot rule hearing. Nobody appeared on their behalf, and obviously it was disapproved.
How come it's not a 500-foot hearing now?
Because they're only, we're looking for an
Restaurant
RW,
wine. Oh, now
right?
they're
An
coming
RW, we
RW, I
don't,
see.
you know. Yeah, they went before Community Board 3 in December 2015, which they had agreed to certain conditions.
What were they?
Applicants should not use the basement or any other side of the premises for service of food or drink or dancing. Should not at any time permit cabaret or dancing or performance of live music or entertainment or DJ of any kind. It shall use all reasonable efforts to assure that patrons respect the residential character of the neighborhood. Closed by 2 o'clock, I believe, as well. And disperse any congregation of patrons outside in the sidewalk. And prohibit any smoking outside.
And this place is open now without
Yes,
any alcohol?
yes.
Are they using the basement?
No. No, the basement, I believe, is only storage and, just the storage in the basement.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of inconsistent statements that the community board argued was made by the applicant initially.
Right, that was in
With
2014?
us. Matter was rescheduled a number of times, adjourned, he didn't show up.
Right, from what I understand, he had a representative by the name of Mr. Santana at the time. And just to indicate what happened, even on the 500-foot rule hearing, Mr. Santana didn't advise them that they had to appear, and Mr. Santana himself didn't appear. So there was obviously there was a miscommunication between the rep at the time. And if you have any concerns, though, we'll be happy to address them.
What are the hours?
From 11 in the morning to 2 in the morning, 7 days a week.
Previous license here was revoked, right? And if there's a restaurant, why do they need to be open till 2 a.m.? Based on the
Well, that's
history
been
of
their
this
hours to 2 in the morning. That's actually, without the license, they've been opening to 2 in the morning.
And that's fine. And without
Right.
a license, you can stay open 24 hours.
But what's happened too is that a lot of the patrons, when they find out that they don't have, either wine or beer, they do leave. And, that's why we're before the board, because we don't want to lose any more patrons to, competing businesses.
So all their competitors are open till 4.
When did we revoke this?
Almost 2 years ago.
July 2014. There was 5 disorderly sale to minor, noise, focal point of police attention, unauthorized bar. I mean, it's obviously a different applicant, and
Yes.
I think the basement was a big contention,
Right.
point of contention. 'Cause
Correct.
They were probably using it for whatever, the parties and
It was probably being used for,
dancing and
right.
whatever else they were doing with it.
Correct.
So the community board now is okay with it for a beer wine?
Yes.
We didn't get anything from the community board, but they didn't protest either. Do you have a copy of those stipulations with the community board?
Over here.
We did submit them. There was in the form of affidavit that they had to submit.
Affidavit.
Right.
Yeah, oh, wait, sorry, it might be in the back. No. Reasonable, cooperative. All right. So the other stipulation is he's not going to use the basement except for storage?
That's correct.
Okay, so it doesn't say that here, it just says it won't be used for food or dancing or drink, but I'm
correct,
telling you,
it's-
it can
it's
only be
storage
used for
only.
storage,
Yes.
okay? No other use?
None.
All right. And he doesn't know the previous licensee at all?
No.
Have you ever met him?
¿Usted conoció al persona que estaba ahí antes? No. No.
All right, are you guys okay, Commissioner Ford? Thanks.
Yes, I'm good with that.
All right, just on those stipulations, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well with the added stipulations that no DJs, no live music, no promoters,
No dancing, yeah.
no dancing,
Yes, thank you.
And storage only for basement.
and storage only for basement.
All right, good luck.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Well, good evening
You too.
and welcome.
All right. 1499, Anwar Hussain. Come on up.
Who's that guy? Who's the other gentleman that shook his hand?
His name,
Huh?
the representative?
Oh, is there another representative?
Yeah, actually, I think he's an attorney.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Neil Trivedi for Anwar Hussain. I need an adjournment on this one for first week of August.
We're not even going to be
meeting
here.
first week of August.
1499.
So then I'll take the July 19th.
There's July 26th as well.
Oh, July 26th, yeah, sure, July 26th.
726.
Could you just please tell me exactly what this reason for this invitation is for?
Isn't this an application for
It's an
beer?
Application.
For beer,
Prior
grocery store beer, right?
Yeah, the prior license of location was canceled. The applicant was once disapproved for cause.
He used a fake license.
Okay. All right. I also have another one for 221 Baldwin.
Yep, that's the next item is
Yeah.
1568E.
Same appearance, and I think it's because of the town of Hempstead, that this location is, it's a renewal application. Not a renewal application, I'm sorry. It is a new corporation, new application.
What's the name of it?
It's a Citgo.
It's a Citgo brand, 221,
Baldwin Field Corp.
Oh, what's-
It was carried over from the last meeting. We told him to appear.
What's the number?
It is 1568E.
E as in Edward, yeah.
Yes. Another license with a sale to minor.
Huh?
Another license that had a prior sale to minor.
Are they related?
no, they're not related.
Do they know each other?
I can't say they know each other, but if, I'm holding money in escrow because it's a transfer, so if there is an issue with a sale to a minor, that could be addressed.
So two sale, past adversary.
The one?
231, what's a different one?
She has a history of availing? Am I wrong here?
Just two sales to minor. The current store has a license or not?
Yes, it's a gas station with a convenience store. And I was told that the reason why I was invited because of the town of Hempstead, you need to have a appearance.
I like how you term it invited. That's so polite.
This is
Hempstead.
previously. Huh?
Hempstead's the reason that it's here.
That way?
Is she related to the former owner?
That's what I said.
No,
What's their relationship?
just a buyer, a seller. They're selling business. I'm representing the buyer. I mean, because
Who's representing the seller?
it's not represented by anybody. It's a pro se.
I don't know, it just seems like the history's building up, and then, is that why she's selling it?
It's a tough neighborhood in Baldwin Road in Hempstead that all I can say. I mean, it's you're looking at the last name being Shah? Is that the reason why?
That's a start, just a general.
I cannot.
I'd like to know when there's a buyer and a seller, what their relationship is, if it's truly an arm's length transaction. They don't have to be related necessarily, but there are times when somebody's record gets to the point where they're going to be close to cancellation because of the repeated violations. They try to sell to their family or to someone they know, so start anew. That's why we ask you.
Yeah, I'm aware of it.
Representing their arm's length transaction.
No, yeah, no, this is, the landlord, we got to get new consent on the assignment of lease. I really can't say they know each other, but I know that I've had a closing in my office, and
They've already bought it?
no, it's just, it's a contract. So we have applied for a temporary.
All right. So she doesn't, you're telling us she doesn't know Mr. Shah, and her husband, who is also a Mr. Shah, doesn't know?
Not that I'm aware of. I can't speak for her, but I
Well, so that's what we need to find out. I'd like to know that, because
I mean, generally, if they're applying for a license, I'd like them to, somebody to be here.
Okay.
why don't you bring them?
Because I try to reach out to the town of Hempstead, and then they were not going to appear. That's why I didn't think of a big deal. But, so let's put it on July 26th, so maybe I can have both of these.
They don't need, well, I guess we would like both, yeah.
No, I mean, for Unvar as
Yeah.
well as this
Yep.
gentleman.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
$15.45, Hana Restaurant Corp. Are you ready? I'll get you next. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. What are you here for?
Jesus, all these previous cancellations.
You want stage names?
Good afternoon, I'm Elba Fournier. I'm here with my tenant, Rufino Inoa,
What is your name?
Elba Fournier.
What's your relationship here?
I'm his landlord. He was advised by his expediter that he needed proof that he had no relation to the prior tenant.
And obviously, you know the prior tenant,
Yes,
and they don't know each other?
not at all.
How did he come to you?
He walked into our office.
All right, so do you know the previous?
Está preguntando si conoces a los que eran inquilinos antes que tú.
How did you hear about this location?
¿Cómo tú cómo tú averiguaste que ese local estaba vacío?
Oh, porque estaba un letrero.
There was,
Un sign, letrero.
You don't know Leila Lopez? Leila Lopez, do you know her?
¿Conoces a Leila López?
No.
Is he open now?
Yes, he is.
What about?
How long's he been open?
He's been open since November 2015. His lease started October 2014.
What about Carlos de los Santos?
No. ¿Que tú conoces a Carlos de los Santos?
You don't know him? Why do I have his name in here? And your name is? Your name?
¿Tu nombre?
Rufino y no.
You're Rufino?
Commissioner Carlos was the availee. You probably saw him on the cancellation or one of the charges.
Oh, that's why I came up with his name, okay.
Yeah.
Did you know Carlos as the landlord?
No, my tenant was Juana Martinez.
Juana Martinez. What about Leila Lopez?
I think that's someone that she subleased to.
I guess there was double availing going on. Because Leila was the licensee. What are your hours?
Las horas de operación tuya. La hora que abre y cierra.
O de 7 a 10:30.
7 in the morning to 10:30 at night.
Was there a menu submitted?
¿Tú sometiste un menú de los tuyos?
Sí, yo le di a la
He,
contable.
he gave it to his expediter, his accountant.
Wait, 7:30 to 10?
7:30 in the morning.
Yeah, but I have here not 3 p.m. to 1 a.m. You're going to be, it says you're going to be working from 3 p.m. to 1 a.m. Monday to Sunday.
Dice, la aplicación tuya
Your
dice
questionnaire?
que ibas a trabajar de 3 de la tarde, from 3 in the afternoon till 10,
To 1 a.m.
de 3 de la tarde a 1 de la mañana. Esa es la hora que ella dijo. ¿Cuáles son las horas de operación tuyas?
No, no, yo hago de las 7, de 7 a 10:30.
Yeah, he opens at 7 in the morning and he closes by 10:30.
Wait, you said 10 or 10:30? So it's 7 to 10:30?
Well, by the time he's out of the store, it's 10:30.
Okay. All right. All right, based on the representation, you don't know the previous, and are you involved in this business at all?
No, not at all.
All right, based on the representation, the relationship with the prior licensee, and no interest by the landlord here, I'll vote to approve with the stipulation of those hours.
Which were what, 7 to 10?
7 to 10, right? 7 to 10? 7 to 10.
I'll vote to approve as well with those hours. No promoters, no dancing, no live music, no DJs. The application indicates jukebox music and recorded music. So I'll vote to approve on those stipulations.
Okay, thank you.
I vote to approve as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Estamos aprobando de 7:30 a 10 de la noche.
You're done.
You're done. Good luck. Good luck.
Recall 1568J, JC Hospitality.
My apologies for the delay in getting these numbers, but we were able to reach out to the general manager, and he was able to confirm some numbers for us, if I may. In the indoor section, which is also indoor, outdoor, the main restaurant section, there's seating for 125 individuals. On the deck area, we have what they call banquette seating for 60. There's an additional seating at the bar for 15 individuals. The beach area has 50 seats with tables where menus are available and people can order food for delivery out there. And there's also an additional 30 high tops along the perimeter of the deck, 30 seating for 30 at high tops along the perimeter of the deck, giving us a total of 280 seats where people can order food. We also confirmed that on the weekends there are 75 employees present, which brings us to a total of 355. There is no seating in the hotel foyer and lounge area, but that is also part of the licensed premises, and that has an occupancy. I know you're not concerned about occupancy, but that area has an occupancy for 110 individuals, and people will go there for the.
This is just unbelievable.
Well,
No, I know.
Commissioner
I'm
Kimmett
not-
asked for
I'm
the
not-
numbers. I've given
I'm
you.
not insinuating you're making it up, but this is so far off what your numbers on your chart are that were submitted.
The application, and that was.
I'm just talking, and not the total number, I'm just talking about those high tops you're talking about, they're not even reflected here. Am I wrong?
I agree, it was a terrible
You're right.
diagram. It is a terrible diagram.
Well, I thought it was actually pretty good until you started reading the numbers to me.
The applicant really is or the licensee really is trying to maximize its food sales. It does make more money, it does make a significant income on the sale of food, and it makes sense for them to be able to serve as much as possible.
The thing is, they can serve wherever, they have menus available on the whole premises. Anybody's free to sit down if they're on the beach to order something. Anybody's free to sit
I
down.
mean, here's, I'm gonna need a new, I mean, this we keep in our files, and you're subjecting your client to liability with not having an accurate one. So what I will do is I'll approve the music because I know you want it now, and I'll approve a certain number of people until I see an accurate chart. Because right now this thing is going to get you in trouble. Because if I sit there and we walk in there and our investigators walk in there and see the chart and then see how your restaurant is laid out, somebody's going to get written up. So, I mean, I'm just going to need, Jackie, how do I do this?
Okay. So you what, approving it in part?
I'll approve it, but conditional on them submitting an accurate
Diagram
If
that
I may, if we could have a week or two to submit a affidavit and a acceptable diagram that will reflect what I have just said here on the record.
If you want, you can vote on the music and carry it over to in 2 weeks until you get the other diagram to
Conditional.
to finish
He
the
can't
rest
have
of it.
Music until he's back here.
All right, then that's what we'll do. And then whatever number you're working on now, you can continue to work on until we're back here. But the music, so I'll vote to approve. And it may be a moot point because these two guys may overrule me because I'm not used to having two votes. So.
Okay, so
But that's my view, so I don't know what
you're
you're.
approving the music to 8 or to 9?
To 8.
To 8, okay.
And then the
Well, I think
capacity,
the
I'm not.
stipulation, everything in the stipulation is being agreed upon, except right now, the occupancy number, right? They agreed to 395 with 50%,
Right.
50 people
Okay.
waiting, and that's what we're trying to ascertain. So everything's approved in the stipulation aside from that, I believe.
Correct.
Okay. And we'll bring it back in 2 weeks with a better diagram, and you can continue
So then how
on the
many people can they
occupancy.
have till then?
Whatever they can have now. What can you have now?
550.
No, we signed the stipulation.
No, with,
I just
No, that was what it was previously.
no, under our license, then, whatever the stipulation says you
Right.
can
The
have now.
stipulation
Like-
is 395.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that you're limited to that, and
And in 2 weeks, if we don't prove it, then
not that you have to prove it, this is gonna go in your file, and if somebody walks in there,
That isn't what's in their file. They
That-
didn't provide a new diagram for this.
that's
That's
what I
what's
mean,
been
you're
in
gonna
there.
want an accurate diagram, because if our investigators walk out there, which I can guarantee you they're going to, and they see this, and then see what you've actually just described to me, you're gonna end up with violations.
I understand.
Chair, would it be possible if we submitted pictures of the areas?
That's probably even safer, but I want one of these.
Diagram and pictures.
Diagram and pictures.
No, I agree. Yeah, we'll submit both. That'll show us the open and
And
operate.
then that's not saying you can't rearrange anything, but right now,
You need to see where 280 people are going to sit and eat.
No, I'm not, it's more that you should want us to see it. I mean, I take your word for it that there's 280 seats, but right now, that's not what's reflected here.
Yeah, that's a terrible diagram where they just put them all in one spot. I don't know why they
All
did
right, so
that.
I'm okay with that.
Commissioner Ford?
I didn't hear how many people can get in here now. Are you?
They can go to
Keep it
390, my vote is they can go to 395 until they come back. And then we'll revisit it.
Yeah, I concur. I approve also. You guys just need to get your diagram straightened out.
All right, but this will be brought back. You want to see the
Just
rest
for
of
the
it?
diagram and
All right,
capacity.
719?
Yes. Oh, what do you need? 726 or 719?
26. We do.
3 weeks. 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
I mean, just for my own vacation schedule, I could rearrange.
Oh, sure,
but-
okay.
I mean, if it's going to be an issue, I don't want to make it an issue.
Get pretty pictures, 726.
And I do appreciate your courtesy in this matter.
Mr. Sneak goes to the Jersey Shore. He doesn't go out.
Oh.
Thank you.
You have to say
Yeah,
that
take
on the record.
All right, 1560.
You fled Montauk just like everybody else when they opened the surf lodge? Is that what you're telling us?
I'm a Jersey boy.
Yeah.
1568F.
What do we have on that, 726?
726.
15.
Yes, I need what am I doing? 1568F, pasta and potatoes.
Pasta and potatoes.
Good afternoon. Frank Palillo.
Hi.
This is Edward Brady, the son of the principal, Carolyn Brady.
We're withdrawing charge 2.
Yes,
Withdrawing
withdraw
charge
charge 2.
And amending the language in charge 1. Is that what I read in there also?
What is in one? What's going on in
I'm not
one?
exactly sure what that meant.
I don't have the notice of pleading in front of me.
Right here. No food available. I didn't see that language in the charge.
What charge, number 1?
Yeah, it said something about no food available. Oh, there it is, at the first line.
Yeah, so amend that.
So that needs to be stricken, no food available for sale.
Yes.
So is it still non-bona fide, or is it?
Yes.
Well, for the, I guess, the
For all the
DJ
other
portion of it.
Yeah, just not
All
the
right.
food.
TJ is an occasional DJ. I mean, the application was filed, as many others, years before that question was.
DJs.
Didn't I talk about this case? Yes, the comedy club in the basement.
Yes,
That's going
That
to
would
stop,
be-
I take it?
yes.
And no more DJs?
No more DJs.
Okay.
What do you have?
Actually,
You have 10,000?
Whatever.
don't believe
That's
there's
the
a
offer.
stipulation with the community board. You can always change your method of operation with the authority, just by filing an application to get that.
So I'll accept the 10,000.
I'll accept.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Accept. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And 1474. It's 36th Street Hospitality.
1474. 14 what?
A lot of sun this weekend.
1474. Jeez.
A lot of sun this weekend.
All right.
You too.
Charge wasn't sustained. I'll dismiss.
I'll dismiss.
Thank you.
Dismissed.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
In the audience is our new intern, Samira. It's first day.
What's her name?
Samira.
Hi, Samara. Welcome.
Why don't you come up and introduce
Can
us?
turn our
Or we'll
microphones
introduce
off.
you.
To the world. Hi, you can oh, you wanted her up there? I was just kidding.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Hi, Kevin. Intern from where?
SUNY Geneseo.
Oh.
Hi.
Good thing there's no nepotism.
She applied through the portal like everyone else.
Okay, well, welcome.
That's Commissioner. Welcome.
Welcome. Someone newer than me. I love it.
Thank you.
This was a really cool experience. Thank you for letting me sit in.
Oh, no, of course.
Next week you can do my job.
Now you get to watch the lightning round. So you can have a seat because we're not done. You're going to watch us go
done
through
yet.
it very fast. Yeah. So you get to see this.
Okay.
Why did all these workers' comp cases come back to us?
come back. These were all.
No, they're like
they
4 or
never
5.
got on the, we didn't
Oh,
redo
okay.
the
All right.
delegation, so they still
Yeah.
have
Got
to
it.
come to you.
Okay,
Are we gonna redo it?
Yeah, we'll get around to it.
Oh, okay.
okay.
I'm just going to be piling more work on Cindy right now, one or the other, okay?
Poor Cindy.
I'm going to start
No
with
rush, I was just wondering.
1467.
All right, 20, is this 2,500?
2,500.
And these wouldn't have come, these are defaults anyway, so they would have
Right.
come to the board. Commissioner Ford? You go to vote?
2,500 it is, yes.
Thank you. 1468,
500.
500.
1469,
I said, given the circumstances, I had 1,000.
I had a letter of
Letter of
warning.
warning? All right, letter of warning.
Commissioner?
Letter of warning.
Mr. Kim, you're changing your vote?
Yes, I'm changing it.
All right. 1472,
Charge was dismissed.
I dismissed as
Dismiss.
well.
Dismissed.
1473,
This is 10,000. Because we had 3.
Yeah,
uses of payments.
10,000.
10,000.
all right. 1475,
1,500.
1,500. What's the, Jackie, what's the cutoff? Is it 3 months?
3, 6, 9, 12.
Okay, the 1,500.
1,500.
1476,
Cancel and bond accept.
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 1477,
2K, 2,000? Because it's 9.
No, it's
after
7
9
months, isn't it? I had 1,500.
Or-
June to January.
it would be easy if it was,
So before,
If
up
you
to
do the math
9 months,
yourself.
right? 6 to 9 months, 7 months is 2,000, right? Because
Oh,
up
okay.
to 6 months is
All
1,500.
right,
and then-
2,000.
2,000.
1478,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1479, and 1568I.
1479?
1479, Mac Liquors,
Two sales to minors.
I don't have it.
He's claiming that the videotapes he has show that there were no sales, but I don't know why he didn't produce it at the hearing.
Oh, no, I do have it, Jackie. Yeah, well, that's what
So
I
I
said.
think that's
so-
too late, so, I mean, it's 2 separate cases, 6,000.
Okay. Sustain the charges, 6,000.
6,000.
1480,
I had a letter of warning, 28 years, clean history.
Yep.
These are just license.
Letter of warning.
Letter of warning. Sounds good.
1481,
12,000,
Do we need to bring these people in?
counteroffer 12.
yes.
Let's do that. Counter offer 12.
Counter offer 12.
Got it.
And
1482,
can I ask that you for just adjourn it and bring them in, because that will either wrap up the case much quicker than
Okay.
counteroffers do, because counteroffers
Yep.
hang
All right.
around
All
until
right,
the letter
let's
goes
bring 'em
out.
in.
They
Bring them in
accept.
then, too.
719,
No, it's not adjourned. We're just going to call them in.
Oh.
call them in.
bring it in.
That's
Bring them in.
1481.
Yes.
So when is that going to?
Over 719?
Oh, it is going to be over.
Yeah, so it is
Well,
over.
Is that what you're
Yeah,
voting
we
for?
can do that, yeah.
That's what we want.
So
All right.
counteroffers linger until
Right.
the hearings get scheduled.
You're right.
1482,
Cancel and bond.
Why is there no bond available?
these go back to '05. And only can go back to the prior renewal.
And this was part of a large investigation into several licenses. The other ones, I believe, have settled, and this one.
Now, what do you have? Cancel and bond?
Yes.
Cancel and bond. No
I
bond,
probably won't be able to
cancel.
get it, so
So just cancel.
Just cancel.
Just cancel.
Cancel.
1483,
So this is a little confusing. The ALJ said they adjourned 5 and 6 charges, and then he ruled on it and he dismissed it. Like they had agreed in the beginning to adjourn. It says preliminary to the commencement of the hearing, discussion was held between the judges and the authority and licensee, and it's agreed that the first 4 charges would be continued and 2 would be adjourned. And then he rules on the 2 at the end and dismisses them.
Without ever continuing the hearing?
well, these were 2
Right.
dates of hearing. I think it could be between.
Yeah, but it says that it would be adjourned and combined with other charges being filed against the licensee. Right, I took that as those two, that charges were going to be on a separate notice of pleading.
Oh, okay.
So is that what
He
happened?
did rule on them, you're correct.
But then he ruled on it.
They weren't withdrawn. He ruled on them.
Is it double jeopardy?
But
Are
he
they
says-
not, can we not charge them now that he's dismissed them if we accept this?
Well, it says that the attorney submitted evidence towards those two charges.
All right, so we dismissed those two since he ruled on it based on the evidence that was presented, which was inconsistent with what he said he was going to do, but then sustained 1 through 4 on 4,500.
4,500.
4,500.
1485,
4,200 accept.
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 Which amount?
1486,
1,000 accept.
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 1487,
3,500 accept.
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 1488,
6,500 accept.
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 1489,
Yeah, I don't know. What is the penalty for? I've never seen this
Letter
charge.
of warning.
Well, that's what he's asking for. They claim they put up a architectural drawing above page 1 of the suspension notice, whereas our investigator said it was a poster. But what's the charge if they're usually found?
It's more I'm concerned about whether they're selling the beer,
Right.
you know, or not, and we don't have any
Evidence of that?
evidence that.
Okay.
I'll accept.
Accept. Letter of warning.
Accept.
1490,
500.
500.
500.
1491,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1493 has been rescheduled to 726. 1501,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1502,
Cancel and bond. Why do I have cancel and bond? Is this
1,500.
1,500?
1,500.
1503,
Same thing.
This one I have potential.
2 times they had
Yeah.
this issue. So what would be the fine? November, December, January, February, March, 5 months. So it's 1,500 on the first one and
And 1
over a
month.
year.
A year on the second. I was going to cancel
All
and
right,
bond.
cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1506,
Counter of 3,000.
I did think this was low.
Counter of 3,000.
Counter of 3,000.
okay, hold on, you're here for
Counter
regard.
3,000.
I will look it up when this is over.
Yeah, can we finish this
Out on the
first?
calendar, though. I mean, I'm just, well, this is on the calendar?
So can we address that after we finish this, please?
Yeah. 1507,
Offer 14 days forthwith suspension plus 12,500 civil penalty. Accept.
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 1508,
Offer 500. Accept.
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 1509,
Counter at 10,000.
I'd-
What did you? Because they did. It's the same thing as the other one.
I was going to cancel and bond.
Oh, you're going to cancel and bond? But the other one was.
All right, 10,000.
10,000.
Counter 10,000.
Next one's
10,000.
thank you. 1510,
2,500. Accept.
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 1515,
6,000. Accept.
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 1516,
5,000. 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
1517,
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
1518, the
Cancel-
funds were received
Oh,
today.
they were.
Today.
Today.
Oh boy. So how much is
Lucky.
that? 500.
500.
500.
500.
Wait, it has a disciplinary in the last 5 years, so it's 1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
1519,
We get funds here yet?
oops, no.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1520,
2,000.
there's a request from counsel's office to return it to counsel's office to give him more time to enter a plea.
Return to council.
I mean, I haven't even, I'm just, it's a request.
Yeah, I'm
I just, we
granting.
have nothing in writing.
Okay, grant.
So we'll return. Maybe you'll get a pleading in. 1521,
This one was, I actually disagreed. It charge was not sustained, but the licensee admitted that the security guard misses one or two people at times when they come in, and
You want to send it back?
but then there's no real proof that it was ketamine. I guess that's the charge. So I guess if it was failure to supervise, maybe, but the charge itself, there was never proof that
Well,
it was ketamine. So I guess
somebody got arrested, so if it was conviction, there's proof.
I don't. Was they convicted? I think that's why they dismissed it, because there wasn't.
What are we
proof.
doing then? Do we usually wait for the, do we get a lab?
Labs, they're hard to get, but we can get them.
Copies, you mean, from the police, or we have to do our own?
No, copies from the police, as long as the case isn't sealed.
Okay, what do you want to do?
I mean, he dismissed it, I guess, in this case. I'll dismiss.
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 1522,
1,000 accept.
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 1523.
This case, I have an issue with the ALJ's decision because the charge is purchased from unauthorized source concerning the liquor. The ALJ,
Turn your mic on, I think.
oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, the ALJ credits the receipts that were submitted, but they were all from beer purchases for beer, because a beer wholesaler can't sell liquor. So there was nothing to controvert the evidence from the BCI that the licensee said, yes, I buy my liquor from liquor stores. I believe maybe this is a new ALJ who doesn't fully understand yet that a beer wholesaler can't sell liquor, because there's nothing in here that controverts that evidence. And the decision, the ALJ writes, citing to the beer receipts about the liquor statement.
Right, I had the same exact reasoning behind this, so.
So you can send it for
Can we just
alternative findings.
overrule it and?
You can overrule it as well.
Yeah, so I think it's just, I'll dismiss 2, but as for 1, 3,500.
I'll do the same, 3,500.
3,500.
Do you want to let
One of
Mike
you-
Jones know, or do you want me to let Mike
Yeah.
Jones know?
What do you mean that there's, that
No
is a
one
problem?
alternate
Yeah, no,
findings, you're just going to rule on your own and,
Yeah, I'll tell him.
okay. 1524,
2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
1525.
This is either cancel and bond or very high penalty.
Let's see if they,
A lot of charges here.
I had cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1526,
I have 2,750, and then they have to conform to the EB pizza model. Doesn't
Which
seem-
is what? I'm not familiar with that.
He's supposed to be a pizza place, and he doesn't have any pizza. He just has fits.
Oh, so the pizza model requires that he has pizza.
Let's bring him in.
I would.
719 for him to appear.
Bring some pizza.
1527,
Pick it up.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1528,
Cancel and bond accept.
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 1529,
What is this? So fake EBTs, fake cigarettes, fake drugs.
Not fake drugs, cat.
I mean, sorry, cat, drugs.
That's like
There's fake EBTs.
hardcore
That's-
chewing tobacco.
Hmm? This place is doing a lot of fake stuff.
And the license is in safekeeping. They're looking to sell, but we disapproved it for $589.
Yeah, I have cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1530,
What?
I just suggest that you rethink that, because if you counteroffer, cancel, and bond,
No, it was a default.
It's
Oh,
not
it
counteroffer.
wasn't?
C&C.
Oh, I see, okay.
if you take the 5,500, then the sale can go through when this bad operator is out. If you cancel and bond, this sale will probably not go through, and they'll continue.
if you
Well, I
don't,
didn't even have 50, but I was at the cancel and bond or 10,000. I'm not even close. What?
Sale can still go through with cancel.
Well, if, we don't know if it will, but that'll still be on a new license. But if we counteroffer with the cancel, right now, they continue to operate as opposed to.
Yeah, but they're not operating because it's in
Put it in
safekeeping.
safekeeping. They could take it out at any time. can take it out, it's safekeeping.
So if we allow the sale to go through,
If you lift the,
Well,
if
they'd
they,
have to ask to reactivate the application, which this is from March, so I'm not even sure they're still around.
yeah,
They're also looking to renew the end of August, so we really can't control that.
yeah, we don't know what.
I mean, we do cancel and bond, and then when they're renewing, we say no, so they're
Okay.
done, right?
All right. Cancel and bond still.
Counteroffer, cancel. Commissioner Ford, you good with that?
Yes, cancel and bond, yes.
Gotcha. 1530.
Yeah, so the majority owner kept selling his minority shares and didn't think he ever had to disclose.
I had 4 corporate changes in 5 years.
Correct.
And they
over
didn't
half
tell
a
us of
million.
any of them.
Need to know
That's not a good sign.
Yeah.
That's like trading stocks. He's
Cancel
trading-
and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Counteroffer.
Cancel and bond.
1531.
I counter 7,500.
7,500 counter.
7,500 Cali.
1532.
10,000.
I had cancel and bond.
I had a higher, but I went down a little bit because
What do you have, Commissioner Ford?
I'm gonna go with 10,000.
Okay. 10,000.
We can leave it that way.
Kind of similar to the woman who was here earlier.
1533.
Okay, good. 500.
500.
500.
1534, I have a request to carry over to 719.
Why? Can't we just rule on this?
Yeah, can we deny this?
Default.
You can do whatever you want.
It's 500. I just said
500.
Okay.
500.
1535.
All right, number 1 was withdrawn at hearing, so dismiss. 2, 3, 4 sustained. I mean, they were a club and they were just club license, right?
Yes.
They were just,
Rented the club out to a promoter.
yeah, so I'd cancel and bond.
Yeah.
I think that's how, you can't abuse it any more than be a club and then all of a sudden make money off renting
Okay.
out to
And they also
promoters.
tried to act as like security. It was-
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1536.
Dismiss.
Yes, dismiss.
And charges not sustained. Dismissed.
1537.
Dismiss 2, sustain 1.
Yeah, this was, I believe, if my recollection is correct, the license that was issued by the board and the hours of operation were a large issue along Bell Boulevard.
And this is the second time they've been banged for that.
Right.
Yes.
So I had 3,500.
I was at 5 myself,
The
actually.
second time, okay, 5.
5,000.
5,000.
1538.
1,000 accept, or 1,000, I'm sorry.
1,000.
1,000.
1539.
We had a late plea, CNC plea of 1,000 accept.
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 1540.
1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
1541.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1542.
3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
I have
1543.
a nuisance abatement 2 at the same time, so 5,000. So it came at the same time. The 3.
So we're gonna get it-
Do 7,500.
Oh, okay, 5,000.
5,000.
1551.
2,000.
They ignored, no, we asked them to come in, though. We asked these guys to come in and they blew us off. No, numerous requests for payroll records. The licensee failed to produce such records for inspection. Am I wrong that he just said he doesn't have any, or did he say, no, I'm not coming?
One,
Didn't do it. They didn't do anything.
and our pleading was sent back, turned undeliverable with no forwarding
This
address.
is a default, yeah.
So
We-
default,
We were
so-
blown off, you are correct. A legal statement, we
I
were.
mean, either way,
blown
if we
off.
do 2,000 and they don't pay, we're done, or you,
Cancel.
All right, 2,000, then that's a good point.
2,000.
1552.
offer 3,500 accept,
Accept,
Accept.
1553.
3,500 accept,
accept,
Accept.
54.
8,500 accept,
accept,
Accept.
55.
7,500 accept,
Accept.
56,
Cancel and bond,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
57,
revoke and bond, is all of it. We
You revoked them.
imposed a revocation before.
Yep.
And then they came back with the counter,
Okay, so what are we doing here?
sticking with the
Sticking
original
with the
revoke.
revoke, okay.
so recon denied.
Yes.
Commissioner Ford?
Denied.
Got it. 58 through 60,
Revoke and bond,
Revoke and bond.
Revoke and bond, sorry.
and that will include, what the hell are they also asking? Oh, that was the one up above?
Jackie, I'm assuming this next one is.
No, well, you can't deny recon, oh, well, maybe you can, hang on.
Yes.
A week.
What are they asking for? They're tied together.
What do you mean?
57, 58 through 60, they're global offers for all of them for 30.
oh, 57 and 58.
Yep, so then this will have to be a counteroffer of revo and bond.
All right.
Okay.
Which is fine, because the other one's already revoked.
Yeah, the others
Yep,
revoked and
all
bond
right.
anyway.
So if you follow Commissioner Ford, 15, 58 through 15, 60 is going to be a counteroffer of revocation of bond. You concur.
I concur.
Thank you.
57 to 60. You said 58 to
Well,
60, but 57
Because
to?
57 was recon, 58
Oh,
through
okay.
60
Got
is
it.
an offer.
Got it. Okay. And the count is revoke and bond. Okay.
15, 61, and 67.
8,000 accept.
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 15, 66,
10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
15, 68B.
No one came up. No one
This was
came.
adjourned, yep. I don't know what the hell they want.
This was adjourned, this one?
Yep,
Yeah, we adjourned
we
it.
adjourned it.
You're right, that is a, he had
Why
a
don't they
sale to
show up?
minor as his job at a cashier. at
There was a
another
request to
deli.
carry over.
And this was, a license was revoked at this place. So,
previously.
no, I'm gonna deny.
Or, yeah, deny.
Disapprove?
Disapprove.
Disapprove. I have no other items. We are done.
We're
What are you here
done.
for?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, hold on a minute.
Oh,
Sorry. We just revisit pasta and potatoes because I spoke too soon.
Just refresh me, what did we do to it?
Comedy Club
This is
and
the
the
one
big
where we agreed to specifically stop the DJ use. But we've always had the right to use DJ.
Oh, okay.
It was
I was not
contained-
aware of that.
It was contained in the original 97 resolution from the community board. The DJ booth actually appears on the plans. What we did do wrong, in all honesty, is when we sent out the renewal, we did not check off the box DJ booth. I would be
Okay.
happy to write a letter today to the authority explaining that we'll be reinstituting the use of the DJ booth and DJs.
Yeah, if you would do that, and then we're still gonna accept your offer.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
okay.
Good night.
Good night.